fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Topping your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast today, former President Donald Trump is expected in court, facing yet another federal indictment. What we can expect to unfold from today's events and the preparations underway as we speak. Plus, there are growing calls for accountability when it comes to juvenile crime. Coming up, the recent incidents and why the lack of consequences has some frustrated.
Temps are starting off a little milder this morning as we're getting some more moisture returning to the area. We'll talk about if that means showers and thunderstorms are going to get in your way today.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, August 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland. At 5 o'clock this morning, just a reminder, we're going to be moving over to the CW Baltimore until the Women's World Cup match against Korea, Republic, and Germany ends around 8 o'clock. But thanks for joining us here right now. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with a look at our forecast here.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. We're talking about temperatures that are a little bit more on the milder side here this morning than what we've seen the last couple of mornings. And you can see out over the inner harbor, obviously still dark this morning, so not much to look at there, but we are calm. 64 your temp in Cockeysville, 67 in Towson, lower 70s actually in Essex and Dundalk here this morning, and 68 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So a mild Thursday morning. Humidity, yeah, it's back. And we are going to be tracking a few showers and possible thunderstorms even a little bit later today. Overall in your morning drive, though, not much to get in your way. We're talking about mid to upper 60s for the next few hours, sliding into the 70s by about 9 a.m. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Today, former President Donald Trump will be arraigned in a D.C. federal courtroom. This who voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote and join the conversation. A woman escapes a makeshift dungeon in a man's Oregon home. The investigation underway and why the search for more victims continues. Plus, this morning we're starting out mild with a warm-up and humidity back. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when the next weather maker could move through our region. And before we head to break, we've got a look at our Len Stoller traffic network, a live look at the road showing very light volume. It is 4:37 on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:39 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. It is Friday Eve, almost the weekend, the first weekend of August, by the way. And looking out over our Towson camera, very quiet conditions right now. Our temperatures already a little bit more warmer or a bit milder than where they were yesterday at this time. So out for a run or a jog next few hours, still temperatures in the 60s overall. And we're going to see our highs today that will be a bit warmer, looking for mid to upper 80s. Chance for a couple of showers and thunderstorms as well. Overnight drop into the lower 70s, and it will actually be cooler tomorrow with a few more of those rain showers hanging around. So we'll talk about the changing weather pattern coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning. Federal investigators are looking for more potential victims after a woman escaped from a makeshift dungeon in a man's Oregon home. The FBI says the 29-year-old sex offender responsible is in federal custody, facing interstate kidnapping charges. He was arrested last month after a Seattle woman escaped from his home, saying that he kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and locked her in a cinder block cage in his garage. My goodness, investigators are now asking for help in identifying other potential victims of this suspect.
Based off of the information that has been made public in the complaint and released, that there is escalation of violence and intent. And so we are concerned that if we work backwards, we're going to find, unfortunately, numerous victims.
The suspect has since been linked to sexual assaults in at least 4 more states. According to investigators, he lived in multiple states since 2016, including California, Colorado, Utah, Florida, New York, New Jersey, Alabama, and Nevada. The summer of dangerous wildfires continue to rage on. After the break, the latest icons in danger. Plus, hundreds of foreign nationals evacuating a capital. Why the country's new military ruler is lashing out. It is 4:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Maryland tax-free week is just over a week away. It will start August 13th and it's going to last until the 19th. The initiative offers significant savings for families while they're doing their back-to-school shopping. You can find more information on tax-free week on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters now through the first day of school. We're going to be compiling all of the things that busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code on your screen to check out all of the stories that we have posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ. Well, today our back-to-school coverage does continue. In our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be discussing sleep hygiene and its importance when starting the new school year. 445 and famous Joshua trees are being threatened by a massive wildfire spreading through California and southern Nevada. The York fire is already California's largest of the year, burning more than 128 square miles so far. The fire began in California's National Preserve on Friday, which is home to the iconic Joshua trees. The National Park Service says that some are more than 150 years old. About 400 firefighters are battling those flames. At this point, the fire is about 30% contained. We see the sunshine out there, too. They had some heat in addition to all of that. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers to see what we're dealing with here. A little warmer today than what we had.
Yeah, exactly right. And I grew up out in that area, so that Mojave Desert is a beautiful desert. Those Joshua trees are amazing, and it's sad to see that some of them are being burned up right now with that heat that they're dealing with out in the west.
Hopefully they can get it under control and at least divert that area.
Exactly right, yeah. But looking at here at home, we're talking about, some slightly warmer conditions overall. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore, a little bit more on the muggier side. We're definitely going to feel that humidity. This is what I was talking about throughout the week here, talking about today and tomorrow, that increase in humidity. And you can feel it already as you step outside if you're up early with us on this Thursday. 66 your temp right now, BWI. No wind to speak of. And notice that dew point at 59 degrees. So we've seen the dew point temperatures that have been hanging out in the lower 50s for the last couple of days. That's done. We're back to 63 today in terms of your dew point temperature. And you can see those numbers rise into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's that increase in moisture as we continue to head into the weekend. Our HD radar is all quiet, so we're not tracking any rain right now. You can see our next weather makers starting to develop in parts of the Midwest and over into parts of the Central Plains. All of that is going to be moving a little bit further to the south and through the Tennessee River Valley. And then we'll see an increase in moisture later today, which is also going to pick up that chance for a few showers and pop-up thunderstorms. Mid-60s here, no issues for the next couple of hours in your Rise and Shinecast. Those numbers staying on the milder side. And if you're hanging out at the 8 o'clock hour, we'll see those numbers in the upper 60s. Still not bad to have lunch outdoors. In fact, most of us should stay dry for a good portion of the day. 83 by about noontime. We'll get to the mid to upper 80s as we get into the later part of the day in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Here's a look at your high temperatures across the region. 87 Baltimore City, 84 in Annapolis, 83 in Elkton. You're at 82 in Bel Air today. Most of us up and down the 95 corridor in the mid to upper 80s, down the ocean in the upper 70s. Notice our temperature tracker. We're going to go a little bit below average tomorrow, but then those numbers start climbing into Saturday. And notice that line of 90s that are on the way for the second half of the weekend and into next week. Here's a look at our future scan. So again, we're not going to see a lot in the way of rain showers and storms. Anything that we see is going to be after about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. The wind is going to pick up as well. Friday, we'll start off with a few showers here and there, and then kind of off and on showers through Friday afternoon into Friday evening. Then that cold front's going to come through on Friday night. That will help to dry us out for the weekend, and we'll start to warm back up, but we're not really tracking rain for the weekend, the first weekend of August. So here's your 7-day forecast. 87 today, lower 80s tomorrow, back to the upper 80s and lower 90s, drying out for Saturday and Sunday. And then we have that string of 90s into early next week. Let's get a check on our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on Light Rail Link. You'll find on-time service from end to end, no delays or issues. Metro Subway Link on time in both directions, no delays or problems there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. If your ride is on the MARC train system, train 401 on the Penn line and 10403, both operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. But the other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Cares Summer Diaper Drive. You can scan the QR code there to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, you can go to sinclaircares.com. Our nation's capital goes on lockdown following an active shooter call. Coming up, the turn of events that now have the original call in question.
The U.S.'s credit rating has been downgraded. I'm Atrell Nashar with what this could mean for the economy and your bottom line.
To catch those stories and more, head over to the CW network. That is where Fox 45 will be until about 8 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
We fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Expected in court today, Donald Trump, facing yet another federal indictment, what we can expect to unfold from today's events and the preparations underway.
A juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County. Just ahead, we're live with the continued calls for accountability.
Our temperatures already a little bit warmer here this morning, tracking some changes in our forecast. As we get closer to the weekend, we'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 3rd. Thanks for watching us on the CW Baltimore. We will return to Fox 45 as soon as the Korea Republic and Germany World Cup match comes to an end, probably around 8-ish.
Yep.
I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers as we're having a little switch in the weather today.
Yeah, exactly right. It's funny, those games are 90 minutes, but then it's like, oh, we'll be on in 3 hours. So, yeah, but it's all World Cup, and it's all good as the ladies, the U.S. women, will be back at it coming up on Fox 45 on Sunday morning. Excited for that match. Here's our Towson cam right now. Overall, yeah, a little bit more on the milder side. You can start to see a little bit more of that humidity, or at least feel that. Check these numbers right now. 61 in Oakland and Cumberland, 70 in Westminster. We're at 65 in Baltimore City and 68 your temp currently in Bel Air. So weather story looks like this. A mild Thursday morning, humidity definitely back. We're going to feel that again, especially this afternoon. And we're tracking a few showers, possible thunderstorms. But nothing to get in your way for your morning drive. Mid to upper 60s is what we're looking at for your drive to work. So Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Great, Justin, thank you. We are now just hours away from former President Donald Trump's arraignment in Washington. Again, he's facing 4 counts in connection with Special Prosecutor Jack Smith's January 6th investigation. Right now, as you see behind me, D.C. on high alert there. This is the scene in D.C. late last night. Fencing put up around the courthouse with demonstrations expected to show up in support of or even against the charges around noon today. Both sides very vocal. Multiple agencies, including the Secret Service, D.C. Police and Capitol Police now joining forces in preparation for possible civil unrest around the U.S. District Courthouse today. Yesterday, law enforcement did a walkthrough of the grounds, including the courtroom where the former president will appear at 4 o'clock this afternoon. A Secret Service spokesperson releasing this statement saying, quote, "We are working closely with the Metropolitan Police Department, U.S. Marshals Service, U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, and the Federal Protective Service to ensure the highest levels of safety and security for the former president while minimizing disruptions to the normal court process." Now, in addition to the fencing now around the courthouse, the Department of Labor, which is next door to the courthouse, notified its employees that its building will be closed today in preparation for today's legal drama. There was a scare yesterday, a 911 caller warning of a possible active shooter in the Senate office buildings. Police evacuating the building, conducting a floor-by-floor search, but found no evidence of a shooter. Capitol Police now calling it a false alarm. We are getting new information, meantime, about the 6 co-conspirators mentioned in the charging documents. Several of their names now circulating. We're going to have that part of the story for you coming up right here from our live center in about 30 minutes as our coverage of today's arraignment continues.
We want to know what you think. Do you think the latest indictment of former President Trump is politically motivated? You can make your voice heard right now by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Stay with Fox 45 News from this morning through the night. We will have complete coverage of Trump's court appearance. You can follow along today, both on air and online. 5:04 now. Developing this morning, growing calls for accountability as a juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County. Police say they arrested 6 juveniles in connection with 2 separate car-related crimes. 2 other juveniles were arrested as well, but police tell us they're too young to be charged. The lack of consequences has some people frustrated.
No accountability, no responsibility, and so they think they can do whatever they want. I mean, what's a 13-year-old doing out at midnight jacking cars?
Some police chiefs and law experts argue Maryland's juvenile crime laws are too lenient and give young offenders a free ride in several cases. The Montgomery County Police Chief spoke with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C., and he says the laws hinder public safety.
The juvenile reform laws that have been passed by the legislature has been damaging in so many ways. They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed or the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
Several top prosecutors across Maryland are in agreement with that statement, saying their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders. Shannon Lilly joins us live with their concerns and the changes that they want to see. Shannon.
Well, this recent round of crime, Patrice, from Baltimore juveniles in Anne Arundel County is certainly once again shedding more light on this issue. We know 10 state's attorneys from across Maryland specifically say that the Juvenile Justice Reform Act is making their jobs harder when it comes to holding these young people accountable. And here's how.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
Come in, we can't detain them. They're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one. Can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day. They pick up a third. They're back in the community again the next day. That is frustrating to the community and frustrating to us because without the detention, we are.
So Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy there says he wants to see this change, but as it stands right now, under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, the law limits those 13 and under to charges for crimes of violence and says a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged at all. Well, the law also calls for 6-month probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1-year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies. Now, come September, though, we know 2 Maryland legislative committees plan to meet to look into accusations that these juvenile justice reform laws are contributing to the problem. But in the meantime, we asked Mayor Brandon Scott if he thinks the laws need to change.
This system has to be built brand new because we know the old system, the adult system, doesn't work for young people, and we know what we have today doesn't work as well.
Again, state lawmakers are slated to meet for that hearing to go over all of this come September, but critics fear that this is more of a performative hearing where there will once again be more talk rather than action. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. And that brings us to our question of the day. Should juveniles who commit serious crimes be treated as adults in the judicial system? So far, as you look at those responses, 95% of people who voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote and join the conversation.
This morning, Fox 45 continues to press BPD for answers 1 month after the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. In our next half hour, the questions that still linger.
And spying in Harford County, the evidence authorities are now combing through this morning when it comes to accusations against the county executive.
Our temperatures a little bit more mild this morning, and we're seeing more humidity as well. We'll track the potential for showers and storms on your Thursday and into the weekend. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News on the CW.
New details this morning. Adnan Syed's attorneys are asking the state Supreme Court to overturn the decision to reinstate his murder conviction, keeping him out of prison. The conviction was overturned last December, but then reinstated after an appeal from the family of Heyman Lee. The family says Lee's brother wasn't given proper notice to testify in the case. Syed has been free since the state vacated his conviction in September. The defense argues the issue's moot. It's a moot point because the prosecutors had already dismissed the case.
Former College Park Mayor Patrick Wooyan was sentenced to 150 years in prison after facing 80 child pornography charges. He pled guilty in court and will only serve 30 years as part of a suspended sentence. He was arrested in February. Prince George's County Police say he was uploading child porn online as early as January. The former mayor resigned from his post prior to the arrest.
The strike in Hollywood continues. The negotiations gearing up and how celebrities are helping actors facing economic hardships because of it.
A young Ravens fan is going viral on social media. Coming up, he walks us through the moment he met one of his heroes. That is the cutest thing. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Look at that face. This story, I mean, it's just pure joy right there on the faces, the fans of Lamar Jackson's young fans. They're excited to get a high five from him at Ravens practice.
You can't beat that. Look at that.
Jumping up and down.
His reaction is going viral, as you can imagine, and it is a moment that he's going to remember forever. Fox 45's Keith Daniels has this heartwarming story.
We caught up with him in front of his home in Woodlawn. 8-year-old Mason Young practicing before practice.
Wow! Oh, yeah.
With his Little League football team today. The Pikesville Wildcats. Mason knows the game playing since he was 5 years old.
So why do you like football so much?
Well, it's a physical sport, and you get to have more fun and hurt people. Like
hurt people
for fun. But the better thing of football is about having fun.
Once inside his home, his story. Mason with a memory that he may never forget.
I put my hand out, then I touched his hand. That's my first time touching any football player's hand. I didn't know what to do. I just don't know how to react.
It's this reaction, captured on video Monday at the Baltimore Ravens training camp. The video gone viral with nearly 4 million views. Quarterback Lamar Jackson running out down the rope line, children's hands stretched out, including Mason's. His reaction to Jackson's high five, priceless.
You were doing this. Why?
That was the happiest moment I ever saw.
What's so special about Lamar Jackson?
Well, he's a superstar. His speed, his throwing, his accuracy, and his smartness.
His what?
He's smart. When nobody's open, he can just run across the field and just throw it straight to them.
Make no mistake, Mason is a Ravens fan, part of the flock. You know that when you walk into his room.
I have a plate, 2 flags, we got a football, a bucket, and 2 covers, a water bottle. That's all of the Ravens stuff I have in this room.
A young fan, a young football player named Mason.
Look at this. I know it's like the same thing as this one, but this one's way bigger and way taller.
Touched by another named Lamar.
And this one, we had this for a long time.
A moment in time seen by millions, but really only matters to just one.
Yeah, he is special. Why would he be special?
Keith Daniels, Fox 45 News.
Mason is special.
I mean, day made. We're not going to have a better story than that today.
All of it. And Keith did a great job, too. Of that whole interview was beautiful.
So I will say that last year, I got to touch the hand of my favorite quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Did you react that way?
I fell on the ground, and
Stop.
I swear to God,
You fell on the
Jess
ground?
has a picture of me because I was like, oh my God, I touched Derek Carr, and I'm
love it.
not child, and I'm in
Right.
whatever.
You're not 8.
So I'm not. I'm not.
That's
but
awesome.
I acted like him.
When people can
Yeah.
cause that reaction
I
in
know.
others, use that power for good.
That's what people do when they see Patrice and Megan on the street. They're like, oh my God, they're right here. Ah, ah, ah. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. They cut your guys' mic off. I guess that's just me who gets to talk. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Our Mile One Auto Group Cam, it is a Thursday morning. It's almost Friday, so we call this Friday Eve around here. And looking at our Towson camera right now, 65 is your current temperature. Not much wind out there, and that dew point at 59 degrees. So the dew point kind of getting into that humid scale, or I guess moving out of the dry into the humid category. And what's going to be taking place later today is we'll see those dew points that will slide up just a little bit into the sticky category for the afternoon. But notice what happens in that dew point trend. Definitely more of that humidity is going to be coming back in as we get closer to the weekend. So HD radar all quiet right now. Not much to show you there. Our HD radar also showing some showers building over the Tennessee River Valley and into parts of the Mid-South. This is kind of the next weather maker that's going to be moving through at least parts of the U.S. today. Look at all the showers and storms already this morning north of Nashville. A lot of rain expected for that part of the country. Some of that upper level moisture will start to slide closer to us by the time we head toward the afternoon. We're not tracking a bunch of widespread storms or anything like that for today. Mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours in your Rise and Shine cast. And if you do want to get out there and play some golf today, 72 by 9 a.m., lower 80s by noontime. We'll get to the mid to upper 80s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And we do have that chance of a couple of pop-up storms for the afternoon. So just be aware if you are going to be outside. Mid 80s, so warmer numbers today. today, just by a couple degrees, where we're talking about 83 in the Hereford zone, 84 Reisterstown, Perry Hall and White Marsh right about 85, 87 in Baltimore City for your high this afternoon. In Hartford and Cecil counties, the low to mid 80s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, over to Perryman, up in the northeast, Elkton at 83 for your high today. And up and down the 95 corridor, you can see some of the warmer numbers here, especially for Baltimore and D.C., up into Philly at 84. Heading down the ocean, 77 Ocean City for this afternoon. Here's our future scan so you can see a little bit more cloud cover. That southerly flow bringing in more of that moisture. That's what we've been talking about for the last few days. Again, a straight pop-up shower or thunderstorm possible later this afternoon. And then as we get into Friday, we'll track in some rain showers in the morning and then off and on showers through the afternoon. So a couple of days of some unsettled weather. Not a big old washout, but we are tracking a little bit more rain and a better chance of that for Friday as opposed to today. And then Saturday and Sunday actually looking nice, drier, but we're warmer. Notice those 90s that start creeping back in into Sunday and Monday of next week. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Camden 841 operating with delays running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Light Rail Link right on time from end to end. No delays or issues. Metro Subway Link keeping to the timetable in both directions of that service for your start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. From auto workers to Hollywood, deals need to be made. Coming up, the demands being made this week to avoid more damage being done.
More than a month has passed since this city was rocked by its largest mass shooting, and still that shooter or shooters are still out on the streets. Just ahead, we press police for answers. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
.25 from auto workers to Hollywood. We are taking a look at the strikes across the country developing this morning.
We are starting with the United Auto Workers Union. This week, they plan to present a list of economic demands to leading automakers. The UAW represents 146,000 union members working for General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. They say that record profits should mean record contracts. They're asking for double-digit pay raises, restoration of cost of living pay, defined benefit pensions for all, and restoring retiree health coverage. Contracts expire September 14th with the threat of strikes if a deal is not reached.
In Hollywood, contract talks will resume this week between the Writers Guild of America and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. After 3 months of the writers being on strike, both groups are ready to start negotiations. Strikes have frozen production in Hollywood since talks between screenwriters and their employees fell flat back in May. Writers are asking for pay raises and better residuals for streaming, beefed up staffing requirements, and control over AI in the screenwriting process. They are set to meet on Friday. Hollywood actors went on strike last month, and there is no word on when they will resume talks.
Meanwhile, Hollywood A-listers are stepping up to help fellow actors facing economic hardships as a result of the ongoing strike. Top earners like George Clooney, Meryl Streep, Leonardo DiCaprio, Julia Roberts, Dwayne Johnson, and many more have each given up to or more than $1 million to the SAG-AFTRA Foundation. So far, the foundation has raised more than $15 million. In a statement, actress Meryl Streep wrote, "We will stand strong together against these powerful corporations."
Well, it's 5:27 now. This morning, we are starting out mild with a warm-up and humidity making its way back in.
Coming up, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is tracking when the next weather maker could move through.
Former President Trump is expected in court later today. Still ahead this morning, what we're hearing about the co-conspirators in the case against Trump. 5:27, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning. Welcome back. 5:30 on this Thursday morning. Thanks for watching us on the CW Baltimore. We will return to Fox 45 as soon as the Korea Republic and Germany World Cup match comes to an end. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off today. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Already seeing some of the mugginess that we haven't seen the last couple of mornings. So taking a look outside right now to show you what's going on over our downtown Baltimore cam. Sun coming up after 6 o'clock as we've been seeing those shorter days or the daylight hours, which are shrinking. 71 Essex and Middle River, 72 in Dundalk, 65 in Joppatown, but mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. So already a little warmer than what we saw yesterday at this time. Morning drive should be fine. We'll see those clouds kind of hanging around with the mid to upper 60s through 8 a.m. and on our way to highs that'll be in the mid to upper 80s. So a little warmer today. Your snowball cast not looking too bad. We do drop again tomorrow with a better chance of some rain showers and a couple of thunderstorms as well. And then we're heating back up for the weekend. So some changes in our forecast, which we'll continue to highlight a little bit more in detail in just a few.
Hey, Justin, thank you. All eyes on D.C. today as we await that 4 p.m. federal court appearance by former President Donald Trump. He is set to be arraigned this afternoon on 4 charges, and he's already fighting it. Just hours ago, former President Trump releasing this statement. Let's go ahead and pull it up for you. Saying, quote, the latest fake case brought by crooked Joe Biden and deranged Jack Smith will hopefully be moved to an impartial venue, such as the politically unbiased nearby state of West Virginia. Impossible to get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. This indictment is all about election interference. Trump, again, facing 4 charges. They include conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, the actual obstruction of and attempted obstruction of an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. The charging documents also reference 6 co-conspirators. Their identities are being withheld because they have not been charged with any crimes, and it's unclear if they ever will. However, CNN is now identifying 5 of the 6 as former Trump lawyers Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, and former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, along with lawyer Kenneth Chesbrough. Not pictured here. Again, at this point, they have not been charged with any crime. This was the scene last night, meantime, from the federal courthouse. Fencing now being put up all around that building in preparation for today's legal drama. The Department of Labor right next door actually closing its doors here today because of all that's unfolding. Something to note, even if Trump were convicted of a crime in any of the charges against him, he would still be eligible to run for president in 2024. We're going to keep you posted as things get underway today right here from our live center.
This morning, Fox 45 News is demanding answers from 3 city agencies. This comes as questions still linger 1 month after the Brooklyn Day mass shootings. Still, we've seen no arrests made directly related to the shooting. A 17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not been charged with the shooting itself. Now, Fox 45 News and many others want to know exactly what went wrong leading up to the shooting. The police department has admitted it's made mistakes. We want to know how the massive party was able to happen without a permit and no one knew about it. We also want to know more about the mediations that Safe Streets conducted before the shooting, why they left the party without telling police about it.
We also want to know what changes Safe Streets is making to improve communication with other city agencies, what police are doing to find the suspects, and why the Housing Authority was allowed to clean up the scene before evidence was fully processed. Shannon Lilly joins us live now from City Police Headquarters as we continue to press them for answers. Shannon.
Yeah, we are now more than a month out, Megan, from that mass shooting that left 2 people dead, 28 injured, and impacted countless other lives. And there are so many questions still lingering in this case. And here at City Police Headquarters, officers likely have their hands full because, as you mentioned, the shooter or shooters are still out there. Police still have not arrested anyone for the shooting itself. And now, even more questions in the handling of this case. On the morning after the shootings, police admit they called workers with the Housing Authority to clean up the scene, even though all the crime scene evidence had yet to be processed. Now, in this statement released yesterday, police are defending their actions, writing, quote, Due to the large scale of this incident, including the number of victims and location, it was necessary to balance evidence collection and gathering with potential disruption to the civilian population. Our task on any scene is to process it utilizing all resources available. Once that initial scene canvass is done, we release the area back to the community to reestablish legitimacy and stability in the neighborhood. But we spoke with a retired federal agent who argues that police should not have handled this in this way.
This is the type of things they teach us not to do at the academy. It sounds a little lazy because of the size of the crime scene. They kind of seem to have said, well, it's too large, of an area. Well, that's the way it is. And so if you have to call out additional personnel, not a cleaning crew.
I have the utmost confidence in the detectives who are working this case. They and the folks at Homicide, those detectives, the actual professionals, determine what stuff should be moved and when it should be moved. So I have no concerns about that as well.
So the mayor, as you just heard, is defending police in this matter. But in the meantime, we do know that Commissioner Worley has admitted that police made mistakes on the day of those shootings. It's unclear, though, if those mistakes have led to no arrests being made at this point. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Calls for accountability growing when it comes to juvenile crime. Topping our next half hour, the recent incidents and why the lack of consequences has some frustrated.
Gas prices are spiking once again. Just ahead this morning, we look at what's causing the change.
And we're going to see warmer temperatures this afternoon, but rain is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. It is 5:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. Developing now, spying accusations against Harford County Executive Bob Castle.
He's accused of spying on Councilman Aaron Penman and other government officials and citizens. Moving forward, the council president says the Office of the Maryland Special Prosecutor will handle the investigation.
Council President Patrick Vicente made the announcement in a statement yesterday saying the special prosecutor will receive his full support and cooperation. The statement goes on to say the county council's communications with constituents and on legislative matters should remain confidential. He says he is actively reviewing the need for county council and other local agencies to have separate computer and phone plans.
Now, this all comes after Cassidy admitted the day before that he did monitor communications between Penman, the Harford County Sheriff, and several others. He says monitoring communications is allowed and it was all done legally because the county's phone usage policies state that all computer systems and files can be monitored at any time. Penman is pushing back on that claim.
I do not work for the county executive. I work for the constituents of District B. It's a separate branch of government. I am not an employee of the county. Therefore, he is not privy to my emails and correspondence on cell phones.
Cassidy initially denied Penman's allegations of illegal wiretapping entirely, calling them malicious and slanderous.
Well, Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story. We're going to keep you updated both on air and online. You can find all of our past reporting on the back and forth on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Former President Donald Trump will be arraigned in court today for charges related to the 2020 election probe. We are breaking down what you need to know ahead of his court appearance.
And see the sights of the national parks. Just ahead, the one day where you can check it out for free. It's 5:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.44 and trending now. The National Park Service is waiving entrance fees at all of its sites tomorrow to celebrate the 3rd anniversary of the Great American Outdoors Act. The Park Service says the act is making a big difference in the protection and enjoyment of national parks and other public lands. Now, the fee waiver tomorrow only applies to the cost of entry. It doesn't apply to camping fees. The Park Service is offering fee-free days this year on September 23rd for Public Lands Day and then November 11th for Veterans Day.
Great opportunity. Also trending this morning, the first images from the Euclid Space Telescope taken from about 1 million miles above Earth. Let's take a closer look here. These are preliminary test shots showing a few galaxies, but scientists at the European Space Agency have big plans for the spacecraft. They are hoping to create the largest ever 3D map of the sky, revealing more about the unknown parts of the universe. The Euclid project manager says these initial images suggest the telescope could actually exceed expectations. I don't even know how you would begin mapping out the universe.
All of it is
though.
just beyond my comprehension.
Infinite.
You got to think that the Webb telescope is going, Euclid, what you know about this? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing up here?
Right.
We've already seen the James Webb images, and they're absolutely incredible. And then you got that black and white stuff from Euclid. James Webb's like, hold my beer. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Listen to you.
Euclid.
If they could work together, then maybe.
Fine, Megan. We will work together. No, it's all good. It's awesome that those telescopes are out there. And yeah, it's hanging out basically in that same area where James Webb is, about 1 million miles from Earth. So exciting to get more of those images in as we continue to map out the galaxy, and I will map out your forecast. That's about all I'm capable of doing. And sometimes being a little witty and telling you about what day it is. But by the way, National Watermelon Day. Big. Woo. Love me some good juicy watermelon. All right, our downtown Baltimore right now shot. We have a lot of cloud cover that's out there, so definitely different than the last couple of mornings. You're seeing that cloud cover roll in. That's an indication that we're already seeing a little bit more moisture than what we've seen the last couple of days. So our dew point temperatures rising, humidity at about 81%, 65. It's not bad when you make your way outside. Just know that on our muggy meter today, we do slide back up into that sticky category as that humidity will start to creep back in. Everything looking good on our HD radar. We're all quiet right now, but we are tracking, our next weather maker bringing some showers to parts of the Mid-South. Some of that energy will move into our area and bring us an increase in a few showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon. Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about here, 60s and 70s over the next couple of hours, on our way to the mid to upper 80s as we take you into the afternoon. We are your official back to school station at Fox 45, and the countdown of the bus stop forecast, we're now at 25 days for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties, 33 days until Carroll County. You go back in Carroll County just after Labor Day. Same with Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties in 33 days, and Queen Anne's and Talbot, you're also at 25 days left in summertime until that bus is going and ready to go. And then fall is right around the corner too, which I'm excited about. Countdown to fall just 51 days away. That autumnal equinox coming up early in the morning on Saturday, September 23rd. 88 is your high. That is typically where we are for this time of year. A lot of us will be a little closer to that number with the low to mid and upper 80s across central Maryland. If you are heading down the ocean, not bad. 77 on Thursday at Ocean City. Notice on Friday we do carry that chance for showers and storms. That's about the only kind of unsettled day. We're looking at better conditions on Saturday and a pretty nice beach weekend if you are heading down the ocean. All right, here's a look at our future scan. Thursday afternoon, we do see more of that increase in cloud cover and that humidity as well. Our temperatures will start to climb. Also, you can see a couple of little blobs here, but we're not tracking anything widespread in terms of showers or storms. Now, a better chance of a few showers tomorrow morning and then off and on into tomorrow afternoon and evening time. Then we'll get that cold front coming through behind that. That will dry us out, but our temperatures warm up for the weekend. And here we go. 7-day forecast, 87 today, lower 80s tomorrow, back to the upper 80s and lower 90s for Saturday and Sunday. And then notice those 90s stay with us through the middle of next week.
Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network where things are heating up out there, too. Following reports of a crash. This is 95 South at Dundalk Avenue. We've got two vehicles involved in this one. Closing the shoulder right now. Cars are able to get by. You can see in this live look here, the flashing lights there as well. Everything else seems to be moving just fine. Let's get a check now with Mass Transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. You'll find 10 train 511, Camden train 843, and 10 train 407, all operating with 5-minute delays. Allow time for travel there. 841 train with an 8 to 10-minute delay on the Camden line. Light rail link looking in that direction. You'll find on-time service. No delays, no issues there. Metro subway link checking in on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Maryland gas prices are on the rise again, up to $3.78 a gallon. That's about a 30-cent jump from this time a month ago. Now, the national average is a couple of cents higher at $3.80 a gallon, according to AAA. So why are the prices this high? Experts say oil production is down, but the weather also playing a factor. This summer's higher temperatures are resulting in lower refinery capacity across the country, and some alternative energy sources aren't picking up the slack.
It is a first of its kind depression drug that the FDA is considering could be approved as early as this week. I'm Liz Bonus. What makes it different and who it could help? That is just ahead.
Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. After the break, the security measures put in place ahead of former President Donald Trump's court appearance this afternoon. It's 5:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.54 and making headlines, the gunman who killed 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue is sentenced to death.
The judge will formally impose that sentence at a hearing today. Robert Bowers was convicted on 63 criminal counts in June for the 2018 massacre at Tree of Life Synagogue. The same federal jury that convicted him recommended that he be put to death for the attack. U.S. Attorney Eric Olshan thanking the jury for their service throughout the 2-month trial. He acknowledges no verdict can restore what was lost that day, but says the constant goal was to seek justice on behalf of the victims and the community.
And every day since October 27, 2018, that is what we have tried to do. To do our part to seek justice for the victims and to hold this defendant accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Families of the victims will have the chance to speak at the hearing today and describe how Bauer's actions have impacted their lives. In your health headlines, the FDA is expected to decide whether to approve a new pill to treat depression.
Medical reporter Liz Bonas shares why researchers say it has a lot of potential to help beat the blues.
Hey there, everybody. We could hear as early as this week if this newer kind of antidepressant is approved by the Food and Drug Administration. It works in the body in a very different way than mood medicines currently on the market, which means for some it has the potential to be a real game changer.
I didn't reach out for help necessarily until things got really bad.
For those such as Elisa Owens, who struggled with depression as a student at Ohio's Cedarville University, this new medication would offer a short-term option in times of crisis.
If you sit in it, things are just going to continue getting worse.
Biogen and Sage Therapeutics recently announced the FDA was giving the drug called zuranolone priority review for major depressive disorder and postpartum depression. You take it for just 2 weeks.
It's a completely different mechanism by which we can treat these episodes.
Dr. Jacob Schaefer, the manager at Cedarville's hometown pharmacy, told me rather than an SSRI, which alters the level of serotonin in the brain, this class of drugs,
it reminds me of maybe like a steroid course for illness,
targets what's called the GABA receptors. These help control the signaling in the central nervous system in your brain using a substance called a neurosteroid. A recent study did show it works in postpartum depression with minimum side effects such as dizziness and sleepiness. The idea, of course, is that a short-term drug would also help reduce suicide risks. We want to remind you that if you need urgent help now, however, the mental health hotline 988 available 24/7 in both English and Spanish, and you can also now text to chat as well as call. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonas. Back to you.
In other health headlines, about 300 hospitals have shut down their childbirth units in the past 5 years. That's according to new analysis from the March of Dimes. It found about 1 in 10 women who gave birth last year lived more than 30 minutes from a birthing hospital. The report indicates more than a third of U.S. counties are what it calls maternity care deserts. The problem affects rural areas the most. 8 counties in Texas have that designation, according to the March of Dimes. The organization says demand for care in that state has increased since abortion restrictions took effect.
A new study shows artificial intelligence can boost breast cancer detection by 20%. In this early stage study, researchers looked at mammogram scans of more than 80,000 women. Half were given to radiologists without AI assistance. The other half had AI read the mammogram first. Those with AI helped find 20% more cancers than those without AI assistance. But the authors say there is still more research to do before this technology could be at your local healthcare provider. Arraignment day is here for former President Donald Trump facing his 3rd indictment. The safety measure now going into place in Washington, D.C. as the city prepares for possible protests.
A juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County. Just ahead, we're live with the continued calls for accountability.
The legal battle continues for Adnan Syed, what his attorneys are doing to keep him out of prison.
And as we step into your Thursday, getting closer to the weekend, we're talking about numbers that are a little warmer this morning. We'll have your full forecast right here on Fox 45 Morning News on the CW.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders. Thanks for watching us on the CW. Now, we are going to get back to Fox 45 as soon as the Korea Republic and Germany World Cup match comes to an end in just a little bit.
All right, let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast. You got your coffee cup ready, but it's empty.
It is. I'm already 1 deep. So that was my first cup of coffee. I guess I'll have to do another one in a little while. But I did do my Superman walk. Tough to see the sun out there this morning. Actually, it's not up yet, so that's why. But you are seeing the moon set, and actually it's pretty cool. You can't see it from this shot, but if you do step outside and look to the west, I saw the moon kind of coming through the clouds and it looked really cool, that full sturgeon moon that is up. So we have some of those clouds that are hanging around and definitely an increase in moisture, and our temperatures are warmer. Lower 60s in western Maryland, mid to upper 60s for Bel Air and Baltimore, 70 in Annapolis and Westminster right now, so already a warmer morning. Humidity is back, and that's what we'll be talking about for the next couple of days. We're also tracking a few afternoon storms today and a few showers as well. So as you head out the door, make sure to have the sunglasses. You don't need the jacket, and maybe just have the umbrella in case you encounter some of that rain. And up in your jogging cast, mid to upper 60s next few hours. Full forecast in just a few.
Well, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now as we take a live look across the area through some of our cameras. The roads are clear. Everybody is up to speed. Smooth sailing if you're about to head out now.
We are now just hours away from former President Donald Trump's arraignment in Washington. He is facing 4 counts in connection with Special Prosecutor Jack Smith's January 6th investigation. And right now, as you see behind me, D.C. certainly on high alert here. This was the scene last night. Fencing put up all around the courthouse there today, with demonstrators expected to show up in support of and against the charges around noon today. Both sides very vocal. Multiple agencies, including the Secret Service, D.C. Police and Capitol Police, now joining forces in preparation for possible civil unrest around the U.S. District Courthouse today. Yesterday, law enforcement did a walkthrough of the grounds, including the courtroom where the former president will appear at 4 o'clock this afternoon. A Secret Service spokesperson releasing this statement saying, quote, "We are working closely with the Metropolitan Police Department, U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, and the Federal Protective Service to ensure the highest levels of safety and security for the former president, while minimizing disruptions to the normal court process." In addition to the fencing now around the courthouse, the Department of Labor, which is right next door to the courthouse, notified its employees that its building will be closed today in preparations for today's legal drama. There was a scare yesterday, a 911 caller warning of a possible active shooter in the Senate office buildings. Police evacuated the building and conducted a floor-by-floor search, but found no evidence of a shooter. Capitol Police now calling it a false alarm. We are getting new information, meantime, about the 6 co-conspirators mentioned in the charging documents. Several of their names now circulating. We're going to have that part of the story for you coming up right here from our live center in about 30 minutes as our coverage continues of today's arraignment.
We want to know what you think. Do you think the latest indictment of former President Trump is politically motivated? You can make your voice heard right now by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Stay with Fox 45 News. From this morning through this evening, we will have complete coverage of Trump's court appearance. You can follow along today both on air and online. Developing this morning, growing calls for accountability as a juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County.
Police say that they arrested 6 juveniles in connection with 2 separate car-related crimes. 2 other juveniles were arrested as well, but police tell us they're too young to be charged. The lack of consequences has some people frustrated.
No accountability, no responsibility, and so they think they can do whatever they want. I mean, what's a 13-year-old doing out at midnight jacking cars?
Some police chiefs and law experts argue Maryland's juvenile crime laws are too lenient and give young offenders a free ride in several cases. The Montgomery County Police Chief spoke with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. He says the laws hinder public safety.
The juvenile reform laws that have been passed by the legislature has been damaging in so many ways. They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed or the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
Several top prosecutors across Maryland are in agreement with that statement, saying their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with their concerns and the changes they want to see. Shannon.
Well, this recent round of crime, Patrice and Megan, from several Baltimore juveniles in Anne Arundel County is certainly once again shedding light on this issue. In fact, we know 10 state's attorneys from across Maryland are in agreement and specifically say that the Juvenile Justice Reform Act is making their jobs more difficult when it comes to holding these young people accountable. Here's how.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
Come in, we can't detain them. They're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one. Can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day. They pick up a third. They're back in the community again the next day. That is frustrating to the community and frustrating to us because without the detention, we are, in many instances, we're really not getting the attention of the child.
Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy there says he wants to see that change. But as it stands right now, under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, the law limits those 13 and under to charges for crimes of violence and says a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged at all. Well, the law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies. Come September, though, 2 Maryland legislative committees plan to meet to look into accusations that these juvenile justice reform laws are contributing to the problem. In the meantime, though, we asked Mayor Brandon Scott if he thinks the laws need to change.
This system has to be built brand new because we know the old system, the adult system, doesn't work for young people, and we know what we have today doesn't work as well.
Again, state lawmakers are slated to meet to go over all of this come September, but critics fear that this could be a more performative hearing that may lead to just more talk and less action. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Should juveniles who commit serious crimes be treated as adults in the judicial system? So far, 96% of people who voted say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to join the conversation.
New details this morning. Adnan Syed's attorneys are asking the state Supreme Court to overturn the decision to reinstate his murder conviction, keeping him out of prison. The conviction was overturned last December, but then reinstated after an appeal from the family of Heyman Lee. The family says Lee's brother wasn't given proper notice to testify in the case. Syed has been free since the state vacated his conviction in September. The defense argues the issue is a moot point because prosecutors had already dismissed the case. It's been more than a month since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting impacted countless of lives, leaving 2 dead. Still ahead in our next half hour, the lingering questions that we're demanding answers to this morning.
And a special prosecutor is now investigating the Harford County executive amid accusations of spying. Still ahead, why the county executive is saying his actions are legal.
More cloud cover rolling in this morning, that humidity increasing and our temperatures rising. All that changing weather pattern talk, we'll do that coming up in a few minutes. 6:11 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast tracking temperatures that are already a little bit more mild here this morning. 60 in Cumberland, but 67 in Baltimore, even Salisbury down to 64 this hour. So those milder conditions and the cloud cover hanging around, not going to really impact your morning commute. It'll just be a bit muggier, so maybe the AC on by about 8 a.m. with that temp getting close to 70. And those temperatures will climb today, looking for highs in the mid to upper 80s as opposed to those lower 80s we've enjoyed for the last couple of days. We're tracking that potential for a few showers and maybe a stray thunderstorm as well. More on that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking a look at what is happening here in Maryland today.
Mayor Brandon Scott and Senator Cory McCray will be touring the National Great Blacks and Wax Museum in East Baltimore. The museum has 150 wax figures of people from the past, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and people from the present, like President Barack Obama.
And the Waterfront Partnership will be unveiling the master plan for the Baltimore Blueway. It's a network of 8 water trails and a dozen access points for non-motorized craft that will connect the city's Inner Harbor and Middle Branch.
That was the happiest moment I ever saw.
A young fan goes viral at Ravens training camp. Still ahead this morning, the special moment he had with quarterback Lamar Jackson.
And when life gives you lemons, it could also create some traffic. After the break, the incredible amount of time drivers had to sit in traffic as the highway was cleaned up. Time now 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
(6:15) in your consumer news, filing your taxes on paper may soon be a thing of the past.
The IRS wants to go paperless by 2025. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says most taxpayers will be able to submit everything to the IRS digitally by next filing season. Taxpayers will still have the option to send paper returns in 2025, but The agency will digitally process all tax and information paper filings and half of paper correspondence.
We are in the process of transforming the IRS into a digital-first agency. This paperless processing initiative is the key that unlocks other customer service improvements.
More than 80% of Americans filed their taxes electronically in the fiscal year 2022. The IRS says it is working on a plan to allow taxpayers to file directly with the agency without going through a tax professional. A tractor trailer carrying lemons that overturned on a New Jersey highway is giving a new meaning to the phrase "when life gives you lemons," because look what they had to deal with. Check this out. It happened yesterday morning. According to officials, the truck was in the northbound lane of the highway when it just went out of control and it fell onto its side before striking another vehicle. It crashed into an overhead sign, and then that container, it just broke open, spilling lemons into the southbound lanes there. Both drivers are okay. That's the good news. All the lanes of the highway were closed for 8 hours, though, and no word on any lemonade being made.
Well, you know, they say all work and no play is dull. So how about playing Uno as a job? Toy company Mattel is looking for a chief Uno player, and it is dealing out big money for the role. It says that whoever gets the position will earn more than $4,000 a week for 4 weeks in New York City. The job entails challenging strangers to a game of Uno and then to make social media content for the game. Those who are young at heart can apply, but not those younger than 18.
Have you played Uno recently? Because with the kids, I play all the time. And after a while, it's enough. I mean, there's only so much you can play.
Well,
I don't think I could do it.
Here's the thing. Uno, there's so many variations of Uno these days. I mean, so many different ways to play.
Our friends, Aaron and Graham, are like, hey, here's this Uno game. It's called Uno Flip. And we're like, oh, this is cool. And then there's all these stupid, weird rules, and you flip the deck, and you have to do a dance every time you flip it.
Right. I would almost be more apt to do that because I've been playing the same game of Uno.
You should try your Uno Flip.
Okay.
I'll bring it in and let you try it out. And you can see how diabolical it is.
You can do it, though, in New York for 4 weeks. Get paid for it. I mean, you're doing it at home for free now.
And hitting my head against the wall of another game. Oh, my goodness.
Try Uno
Let's
Flip.
play something else. Okay.
Try Uno Flip.
Something different.
I'm telling
Uno's
you.
loving you right now.
Draw
Change
2.
your life.
Draw 4. No, Uno.
They've got some really bad cards in there, too, because they have one where you have to keep drawing, and you just keep drawing. And it's like, hello, are we done yet? I've got 46. 46. How do you say 46 in Spanish? We played Uno in Mexico, and we were like, 1.
46? Is that right?
I think so. All right. Our Towson camera, good morning to all of you. I thought that joke would have a little bit more, but it didn't. All right. It didn't land, I guess. Our dew point trend, good morning to you. We are going to see our dew point temperatures that will steadily climb today. We're back kind of into that sticky category this afternoon, and those dew point temps will continue to climb as we take you into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So definitely more humidity is rolling in as we head into the upcoming weekend. But our HD radar, all quiet right now. In fact, we're tracking some showers in the mid-south areas in Kentucky and Tennessee, getting set to be hit with a ton of rain today. We'll see some of that moisture that will start to stream closer to us by the afternoon, and we'll also see that wind pick up later today as well. So as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, mid to upper 60s and lower 70s in that 9 o'clock hour. And overall, if you are going to be playing in the pool today in your splash cast, mid 70s through 10 a.m. into the mid to upper 80s. Good day by the pool. Just know that UV index still in the high category, even if we have a little bit more cloud cover. We're tracking a few pop-up showers and thunderstorms, but nothing widespread for the afternoon. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid to upper 80s for your highs today. 86 Dundalk, 85 in Towson, over in the mid to upper 80s for you in Catonsville. And then down to Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see those mid 80s, so a little bit warmer today with those temperatures a bit closer to average. Eastern Shore, you're getting in on those 80s today too. Chestertown over to Centerville, Rock Hall at 86, same number for you in Chester this afternoon. Now taking a look at our futures cam. Here we go. Overall, 2 o'clock this afternoon, couple of clouds moving in. You'll see a few showers potentially developing in the mountains, and some of those will try to make make its way toward the metro areas through the afternoon into the evening, but not a lot today. A little bit better chance of some rain showers for tomorrow morning and then into tomorrow afternoon and evening. And hopefully won't have an issue with our O's game tomorrow night there at Camden Yards. In fact, looking pretty good on Saturday and Sunday for the games here as the O's will be back in town. Shout out to Robin B. That is Dixie and Mango, the dog looking at the bird right there. Robin, thank you for sending that picture in. So if you would like to get your pictures in, if you're watching us in the CW every weekday morning on Fox 45 Morning News, just email me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. We'll put your pet pics on TV. That's how we do it. So 87 today, a little cooler tomorrow with those showers and storms kind of hanging around. But then Saturday and Sunday will be in the upper 80s and lower 90s. And then we keep those 90s going toward the middle of next week. Let's get an update with the MTA and Mark Jones. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 511 operating with about a 5-minute delay, and Camden 845 running 8 to 10 minutes late on BART train. The Brunswick line of BART right on schedule. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there in both directions. Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Celebrate selflessness and kindness. How you can nominate an individual who helps others in the Harford County Most Beautiful People Awards.
And the National Park Service is waiving entrance fees at all of its sites. After the break, how long that offer lasts. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Trending now, on Friday, the National Park Service is waiving entrance fees at all of its sites. And this is in celebration of the 3rd anniversary of the Great American Outdoors Act.
The Park Service says it's making a big difference in the protection and enjoyment of national parks and other public lands. The fee waiver on Friday only applies to the cost of entry. It doesn't apply to fees for camping. And if you can't make it out to one of the parks, the Park Service will also offer a fee-free day next month on September 23rd for National Public Lands Day.
Calling on all of you kind-hearted people in Harford County. Nominations for Harford's Most Beautiful People Awards is coming up next Friday, August 11th. The initiative looks for those who showcase selfless qualities, whether it be helping in an emergency or daily acts of kindness. Harford County wants to honor those people. You can find all of the details and submit any nominations on Harford County's website.
According to People magazine, Taylor Swift is giving more than $55 million to her Eras tour crew. That includes dancers, riggers, sound technicians, caterers. The Grammy winner has been on tour since March. Each concert includes 44 songs that span her entire career. Later this month, Swift takes the Eras tour to Latin America and then heads to Europe, Asia, and Australia in 2024.
Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now through the first day of school, we're going to be compiling all of the things that busy families need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code right there on your screen. Check out all of the stories that we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ. Today, our back-to-school coverage continues. In our 9 o'clock hour, we'll be discussing sleep hygiene and its importance when starting the new school year. Our next weather maker is moving into our region today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect a few pop-up storms today.
More than a month has passed since this city was rocked by its largest mass shooting, and now there are even more questions in this case as those suspects remain at large. Just ahead, we press police for answers.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning. Thanks for joining us on the CW Baltimore. We're going to be here for a little bit. We'll return to Fox 45 as soon as the Korea Republic and Germany World Cup match comes to an end, and that should be around 8 o'clock.
In the meantime, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at our forecast.
Yeah, already a little bit muggier out there. You can probably feel it not only when you step outside, maybe even inside, as that humidity has already increased. A little bit of those clouds kind of hanging around too from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. So that sun popped up a little while ago. Now it's kind of hanging out behind the clouds over on the eastern shore. Temps are also rising. 66 Cockeysville. We're at 70 in Westminster, 64 in Columbia, right at 70 in Annapolis and Stevensville. You're at 72, while Chestertown checks in at 67. We'll keep those numbers in the 60s for the next couple of hours and keep the clouds around as well. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go, so no issues on your morning drive in terms of weather. Now, later this afternoon, numbers will go back up. Look for a high of 87 on your snowball cast here. And we have that potential of a couple of pop-up storms today, a few more storms and showers on Friday, but we're cooler before we dry up for the weekend. And we'll take a closer look at all of that and put it together for you coming up.
This morning, Fox 45 News is demanding answers from 3 city agencies. This comes as questions still linger 1 month after the Brooklyn Day mass shootings.
Still, we have seen no arrests made directly related to the shooting. A 17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not been charged with the shooting itself.
Fox 45 News and many others want to know exactly what went wrong leading up to the shooting. The police department has admitted it made mistakes. We want to know how the massive party was able to happen without a permit and no one knew about it. We also want to know more about the mediation Safe Streets conducted before the shooting and why they left the party without telling police about it.
We also want to know what changes Safe Streets is making to improve communication with other agencies, what police are doing to find the suspects, and why the Housing Authority was allowed to clean up the scene before evidence was fully processed.
Shannon Lilly joins us live now from City Police Headquarters as we continue to press for answers. Shannon.
Yeah, believe it or not, Megan and Patrice, we are now more than a month out from that mass shooting that killed 2 people, injured 28, and impacted countless other lives. And there are still so many lingering questions in this case. In fact, here at City Police Headquarters, officers likely have their work cut out for them because the shooter or shooters are still out there. Police still have not arrested anyone for the shooting itself. And now there are even more questions in the handling of this case. Look at this. On the morning after the shootings, police admit they called workers with the Housing Authority to clean up the scene, even though all the crime scene evidence had yet to be processed. Now, in this statement that was released yesterday, police are defending their actions, writing, quote, "Due to the large scale of this incident, including the number of victims and location, it was necessary to balance evidence collection and gathering with potential disruption to the civilian population. Our task on any scene is to process it utilizing all resources available. Once that initial scene canvass is done, we release the area back to the community to reestablish legitimacy and stability in the neighborhood." But we spoke with a retired federal agent who argues that the way that police handled this was a mistake. Listen.
This is the type of things they teach us not to do at the academy. It sounds a little lazy because of the size of the crime scene. They kind of seem to have said, well, it's too large, of an area. Well, that's the way it is. And so if you have to call out additional personnel, not a cleaning crew.
I have the utmost confidence in the detectives who are working this case. They and the folks at Homicide, those detectives, the actual professionals, determine what stuff should be moved and when it should be moved. So I have no concerns about that as well.
So the mayor, as you just heard, is defending police in this matter. However, we do know that Commissioner Worley has admitted that police made mistakes on the day of those shootings. It's unclear, though, if those mistakes have led to the fact that no suspects have been arrested in this case. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
This is what we do know about the mass shooting response. Fox 45 News reviewed police scanner audio that shows police knew about the massive gathering and potential threats about 2 hours before the shooting started.
We also found video of past Brooklyn Day parties revealing it happens about the same time every year. The videos also show there was a history of attendees having guns and drugs at the party after dark.
Despite that, neither police nor the housing authority knew about this party ahead of time. During a city council hearing last month, Councilwoman Felicia Porter said she found a flyer about the event on social media.
I just pulled up Brooklyn Day on my Instagram right now. We have an entire unit associated with this, and they didn't pick that up.
Well, we know the housing authority did make some policy changes, including policies restricting time limits on parties and a requirement to get permission before using electricity at events.
The police department has also made some changes, but will make more once the complete report on the shooting is finished. Monzi still hasn't answered any of our questions about Safe Streets response. The city council will hold another hearing on the shooting next month.
For the latest updates on the investigation into the mass shooting, plus our previous reporting, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. A new Project Baltimore investigation raises questions about information the State Department of Education is keeping from the public. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, the red flags they're raising.
A federal grand jury indicted former President Donald Trump. After the break, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live outside the courthouse with more on the charges.
And we will have warmer temperatures with a few pop-up storms for the afternoon. Still ahead, what we can expect for the first weekend of August. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
These crepuscular rays captured during full moon rise in South Carolina this week. Crepuscular rays are most visible at sunrise and sunset, but can also form when moonlight is partially blocked, in this case by clouds. This time lapse shows the start of day over Emerald Bay on Lake Tahoe's California side. The piece of land in that bay, Finette Island, is the only island found in the lake.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Former President Donald Trump due in court this afternoon after a federal grand jury indicted him over his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is live in Washington outside of the courthouse with the latest. Good morning, Kayla.
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. Donald Trump, indicted for a third time, is set to appear here at the D.C. federal courthouse at 4 p.m. this afternoon. In a 45-page indictment, special counsel Jack Smith charged him with 4 felony counts for allegedly trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election, which led to the January 6th riot at the Capitol.
Those charges include conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6, 2021, was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies.
Constitutional and criminal law expert Alan Dershowitz, though, believes the Department of Justice doesn't have the smoking gun in this case.
People told him the election was fair, but they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that in his own mind, he actually knew the election was fair and that he corruptly then tried to undo the election.
Trump reacting on his Truth Social site, writing, "Why didn't they do this 2.5 years ago? Why did they wait so long? Because they wanted to put it right in the middle of my campaign. Prosecutorial misconduct." Jack Smith's other investigation into the former president over classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago last year has resulted in criminal charges for both Trump and his aide, Walt Nauta. In New York, he's facing charges for alleged hush payments to cover up an affair leading up to the 2016 election.
Security here at the courthouse is tightening up ahead of the former president's arrival later this afternoon. A barrier was placed up around the courthouse overnight as an extra layer of protection, depending on what happens here. Now, Donald Trump, once he arrives, will be fingerprinted and processed before entering an expected not guilty plea. Live in Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, Kayla, thank you.
The Baltimore City School District is joining a lawsuit to take on social media companies. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, how much this could cost the school district.
And Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, some ways that parents should get their child's sleep routine ready for the school year. It is 6:43. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:45 now in your morning rush. A juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County.
Shannon Lilly joining us with the growing calls for accountability.
Yeah, people are frustrated, Megan and Patrice, and that includes 10 state's attorneys from across Maryland who argue that the Juvenile Justice Reform Act is making it harder for them to do their jobs in terms of holding young people accountable. In fact, that recent crime spree in Anne Arundel County involved 8 juveniles who were arrested for charges involving things like car theft and carjacking. 2 of those juveniles, though, we know will not face any charges, and that is all because of their age. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, I'm going to detail the changes that some of our state's top prosecutors want to see. Now back to you.
It is 6:46, and we want to get another check of our forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that. Hi.
Hi, look at this beautiful shot.
Oh,
yeah,
beautiful.
That's the full sturgeon moon that is setting over into the west, setting in the west when the sun is already up. But that moon, it was full actually a couple of nights ago, but still looks really cool kind of through the clouds. It almost looks like the sun. So that's what our photojournalist Al's out there doing. I appreciate that awesome shot. You can see that nice little zoom in. And now we flip it over and look at the sun from the top of the Transamerica building as we look out toward the east. They almost look very similar, don't they? But we do have a little bit more cloud cover that's kind of hanging around. And you notice that humidity. Maybe you notice it at your house before you even step outside. Definitely you'll feel it when you make your way out this morning, as that humidity will start to build more so today than we've seen the last couple of days. Our temp right at 67, so not too bad. You can see that dew point at 60 degrees, and those dew points are going to climb into the lower 60s today. So back kind of into that sticky category on your muggy meter for your Thursday afternoon. On our HD radar, we're not tracking any rain right now. Closest rain showers are coming to us well to the north up in the Great Lakes region and also in the mid-south. And some of that next weather maker to the west of us is going to at least roll in parts of the area. We'll see some of that moisture increase as we head later into the afternoon, which means some of us could see a couple of pop-up showers or storms. Countdown to your bus stop forecast as Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters. 25 days for a whole bunch of school districts, city and county in Baltimore, Harford, Howard, and Arundel, and then 33 days until Carroll County and Eastern Shore, Queen Anne's and Talbot County. You're in at 25 days left, and then 33 days for Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County. Mid to upper 80s, that's what we're going to see today. 87 in Baltimore City, 86 Stevensville, Chestertown at 85. And if you are heading down the ocean, pretty nice day today. Just know tomorrow may encounter some showers and storms, but then this weekend looking pretty great with temps in the mid to upper 70s. So here's a look at your future scan. A little bit more of that cloud cover today. Stray pop-up shower or thunderstorm, not anything widespread. Tomorrow, a little bit better chance of a few showers kind of hanging around even into tomorrow evening. And then that cold front comes through behind that and dries us out for the weekend. Shout out to Valerie Williams in Chestertown over in Kent County. Now, this picture of Dexter, and Dexter has his summer dew. So Dexter's all ready for the summer. It's staying nice and cool there. Thanks for that, Valerie. We appreciate you watching us here on the CW. And we'd love to get your pet pics. I do them every weekday morning. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Send me a picture of your pets and we'll put them on TV. It's that simple. 87 today, 83 tomorrow, a little cooler, and then back to the upper 80s and lower 90s as we dry out for the weekend. Monday brings another round of a couple of pop-up storms, but notice those temperatures staying into the 90s.
6:49, look at this. We love this story. There is so much joy on the faces of Lamar Jackson's young fans who are just excited to get a high five from him at Ravens practice.
And one local fan's reaction is now going viral. You got to see it.
He's looking at his hand.
Oh my gosh. This video is going viral with nearly 4 million views on the Ravens Twitter page. Quarterback Lamar Jackson there running out down the rope line with children's hands stretched out, including 8-year-old Mason Young there. His reaction to Jackson's high five, I mean, it's priceless. Keith Daniels got to sit down to chat with Mason and talk about that viral video.
You were doing this. Why?
That was the happiest moment I ever saw.
What's so special about Lamar Jackson?
Well, he's a superstar. His speed, his throwing, his accuracy, and his smartness.
His what?
When nobody's open, he can just run across the field and just throw it straight to them.
You got to see the whole interview. This is just a clip it here. You can watch all of it in its entirety and amazingness on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
So I hope the Ravens are watching, and if you need it, we can put you in touch with Mason. You got to get him out there to a game, I'm thinking.
Oh, my goodness. That would be spectacular. We do know the Baltimore Ravens are announcing they're going to host their second annual Kids Night at M&T Bank Stadium. Perfect chance for Mason to get out there.
Absolutely. It's going to happen next Saturday in the preseason opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. Kickoff is set for 7 p.m. The first 15,000 kids under 16 will receive a specialty Ravens bucket hat. And the new Ravens Gaming League trailer will be available to fans on Ravens Walk, which will have a ton of video games available for the kids to play.
This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. You can scan the QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
Maryland Vegan Restaurant Month is back for the summer season, still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. The plant-based options that you can choose when it comes to pizzas.
And explore the Chesapeake, the Atlantic, and the Gulf Coast like never before. Still ahead, how you can sail the Pride of Baltimore and experience life aboard the ship.
But first, something I think we can get on board with.
A coffee break.
We are just about 2.5 hours away from the opening bell, and stock futures are trending upwards this morning.
Yesterday, stocks tumbled with the worst drop in months. The Dow plummeting more than 300 points. The S&P sank 1.4%, and the Nasdaq lost 2.2%.
Now, this comes as Fitch Ratings downgrades the United States credit rating from a AAA to a AA+.
National correspondent Atra El-Nashar explaining what this means for the country and how it could impact households.
A blow to the credibility of U.S. debt from one of the top 3 rating agencies occurring for the first time since 2011 and for only the second time in history. Fitch Ratings says their downgrade is based on expected fiscal deterioration over the next 3 years, a growing government debt burden, and the erosion of governance compared to other top-rated countries. The firm reportedly cited January 6th as an example during a meeting with Biden administration officials.
We're very safe. Still an extremely safe asset, but not quite as good as AAA.
At best. Mark Goldwine, Senior Vice President and Senior Policy Director for the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, notes the U.S. still holds the world's reserve currency and remains the safest place to park large sums of money.
My hope is that this does not have an effect on everyday people. The risk is if there are further downgrades,
which would come with even higher interest rates, slower economic growth, and an overall weaker economy. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen calling the downgrade arbitrary and based on outdated data. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre blames, quote, extremism by Republican officials, like seeking to extend deficit-busting tax giveaways for the wealthy and corporations. The Republican Party blaming President Biden and Democrats, who say they, quote, took the country to the brink of default amid an increasingly unsteady economic path.
I'm worried this is actually going to create more divisiveness, which is actually going to feed right into the very thing that the downgrade warned about.
That plus the rising cost of Medicare and Social Security, rising deficits in which interest payments are on track to outpace defense spending, and the frequent threat of debt ceiling crises and government shutdowns. Speaking of, Congress is staring down the barrel of another shutdown if they don't pass a budget or stopgap bill by September 30th. Tensions between the parties are only getting worse with the news of this downgrade, an investigation into Hunter Biden, and a third indictment of former President Trump. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra El-Nashar.
In the meantime, mortgage rates are staying high, and that is having an impact on home buyers.
According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, applications for housing purchases fell 3% last week compared to the previous week. This as the Federal Reserve continues hiking rates.
Home buyers have dealt with 11 such increases this year, all in pursuit of bringing down inflation. 6:58, check this out. Caught on camera, deputies from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office in Florida engage in a water chase to stop an unmanned runaway boat that was speeding through Tampa Bay.
Oh my goodness, this happened on Sunday. The Sheriff's Office boat was able to catch up with the runaway boat, allowing a deputy, guess what, to just jump on board and then take control. That's crazy.
Now, the person who had been piloting the unmanned boat fell into the water, and he was rescued by a Good Samaritan.
Crazy. Well, when life gives you lemons, you're supposed to make lemonade.
One tractor trailer in New Jersey had other ideas, though.
Take a look here. Traffic just disrupted for hours, certainly sour out there after a truck filled with lemons overturned on Route 17 in both directions north of US 202.
It appears the truck was in the northbound lanes when it went out of control and the container dislodged from the trailer before it struck another vehicle. The truck then crashed into an overhead sign and the container broke open, spilling lemons all over the southbound lanes.
It's a lot of lemons. Thankfully, the drivers of both the truck and the second vehicle, they are okay. They were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
Well, 9 hours from now, former President Donald Trump is due in D.C. in a federal courtroom for his arraignment. The security measures now in place on Capitol Hill, plus more on Trump's co-conspirators.
A juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County. Just ahead, we're live with the ongoing calls for accountability.
Changing up our weather pattern just a bit with more humidity, more August-like feel around here. We'll let you know if there's any chance for rain or showers in your future coming up on Fox 45 Morning News on the CW.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for waking up with Fox 45 Morning News. We're taking a live look over Harbor East, where we are starting off with mild temperatures this morning.
Zooming into a pretty sweet shot right there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know what type of weather we can expect here this weekend coming up. It is Friday Eve.
That's right. Good morning on this Thursday, August 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with what to expect
I want to
today.
go to that Domino Sugar plant and do like some live shots there or something. Because
Yeah,
I've never been
I'm
there.
making a list of all the places and things you want to do.
I've still got to throw out that first pitch at some point, so hopefully that'll happen someday in my life. Taking a look outside right now, I want to see what's going on out over our Towson area. You can see the sun in the far left corner of your screen. We definitely have some clouds out there this morning, and you can feel that humidity that is already building in. 66 Cockeysville over to Owens Mills as well. 63 in Joppatown. Actually some lower 70s in Essex and Middle River over to Dundalk, and 67 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So a mild Thursday morning. Yeah, that humidity is back, and we are tracking the potential for a few showers and a couple of thunderstorms today. Overall, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Upper 60s and lower 70s, maybe cranking that AC up on your morning drive today. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, now looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. There are no major incidents or delays to report throughout our region. Good morning out there. You're taking a live look over 695 in Ruxton, and everybody moving along up to speed. Good time to get up and out.
All eyes on D.C. today as we await that 4 p.m. federal court appearance by former President Donald Trump. He's set to be arraigned this afternoon on 4 charges, and he's already fighting it. Just hours ago, the former president releasing this statement that you see here behind me, saying, quote, "The latest fake case brought by crooked Joe Biden and deranged Jack Smith will hopefully be moved to an impartial venue." He goes on to say, such as the politically unbiased nearby state of West Virginia. Impossible to get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. This indictment is all about election interference. Trump, again, facing those 4 charges. They include conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, the actual obstruction of and attempted obstruction of an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. The charging documents also referencing 6 co-conspirators. Their identities are being withheld because they have not been charged with any crimes, and it's unclear if they ever will. However, CNN is now identifying 5 of the 6 as former Trump lawyers: Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, and former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, along with lawyer Kenneth Chesebro, not pictured here. Again, at this point, they have not been charged with any crime. We want to take you live now in front of the federal courthouse this morning, where fencing has now been put up around the building in preparation for today's legal drama. The Department of Labor right next door actually closing its doors today. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is outside of the courthouse this morning. John, what are you seeing?
Well, outside of the federal courthouse here in downtown D.C., we are noticing extra police presence, and also this. Take a look. Fencing all around the court was set up late last night, and take a look at this line over here. People started lining up at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. These are line spotters for members of the public, but mostly for the media right now. We understand that check-in will be at 10 o'clock this morning. Now, hours before former President Donald Trump is arraigned, I asked U.S. Capitol Police how they will treat this situation as far as security. We do see the extra fencing and police, and we know that the former president's motorcade will come directly from the airport to the courthouse at around 2:30 this afternoon is when he is expected to arrive here on Constitution Avenue. The Secret Service is working closely with D.C. Police, U.S. Marshals, and U.S. Capitol Police. Trump's fingerprints will be taken digitally, we are told, by U.S. Marshals, and there will not be a mugshot. Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies on Wednesday conducted a walkthrough of the courthouse, including the room where Trump will be arraigned, and we also got word that there will be 2 overflow rooms for about 150 members of the public. They will be able to watch through video feed. Once they're inside, they will have to turn off all of their electronic devices. The arraignment of former President Donald Trump scheduled for 4 o'clock this afternoon. In downtown Washington, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, John, thank you. Stay with Fox 45 News. From this morning through the evening, we will have complete coverage of Trump's court appearance here today. You can follow along both on air and online.
Developing this morning, growing calls for accountability as a juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County. Police say they arrested 6 juveniles in connection with 2 separate car-related crimes. 2 other juveniles were arrested as well, but police tell us they're too young to be charged. The lack of consequences has some people frustrated.
No accountability, no responsibility, and so they think they can do whatever they want. I mean, what's a 13-year-old doing out at midnight jacking cars?
Some police chiefs and law experts argue Maryland's juvenile crime laws are too lenient and give young offenders a free ride in several cases. The Montgomery County Police Chief spoke with our Sinclair sister station in D.C., and he says the laws hinder public safety.
The juvenile reform laws that have been passed by the legislature has been damaging in so many ways. They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed or the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
Several top prosecutors across Maryland are in agreement with that statement, saying their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders. Shannon Lilly joins us live with their concerns and the changes they want to see. Shannon.
Yeah, this recent round of crime, Patrice, from Baltimore juveniles in Anne Arundel County is certainly once again shedding more light on this issue. We know 10 states' attorneys from across Maryland are all in agreement and specifically say that the Juvenile Justice Reform Act is making it more difficult for them to hold young people accountable. Here's how.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
Come in, we can't detain them. They're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one. Can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day. They pick up a third. They're back in the community again the next day. That is frustrating to the community and frustrating to us because without the detention, we are, in many instances, we're really not getting the attention of the child.
So Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy there says he wants to see that change. But as it stands right now under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, the law limits those 13 and under to charges for crimes of violence and says a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged at all. The law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies. Now, come September, though, remember 2 Maryland legislative committees are planning to meet to look into accusations that these juvenile justice reform laws are contributing to the problem. In the meantime, though, we asked Mayor Brandon Scott if he thinks these laws need to change.
This system has to be built brand new because we know the old system, the adult system, doesn't work for young people, and we know what we have today doesn't work as well.
So again, state lawmakers are slated to meet for that hearing in September to go over all of this, but critics fear that this hearing could be more performative and could just lead to more talk and less action. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. That brings us to our question of the day. Should juveniles who commit serious crimes be treated as adults in the judicial system? So far, 96% of people who voted say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to join the conversation. Continuing coverage this morning on the spying accusations against Harford County Executive Bob Casserly.
He is said to have spied on Councilman Aaron Penman and other government officials and citizens. Moving forward, the council president says the Office of the Maryland Special Prosecutor will handle the investigation.
Council President Patrick Vincenti making that announcement in a statement yesterday, saying the special prosecutor will receive his full support and cooperation.
The statement goes on to say that the county council's communications with constituents and on legislative matters should remain confidential. He says he's actively reviewing the need for county council and other local agencies to have separate computer and phone plans.
It comes after Casserly admitted the day before he did monitor communications between Penman, the Harford County Sheriff, and several others. He says monitoring communications is allowed, and it was all done legally because the county's phone usage policies states all computer systems and files can be monitored at any time. Penman pushing back on that claim.
I do not work for the county executive. I work for the constituents of District B. It's a separate branch of government. I am not an employee of the county. Therefore, he is not privy to my emails and correspondence on cell phones.
Casserly initially denied Penman's allegations of illegal wiretapping entirely, calling them malicious and slanderous.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story. We're going to keep you updated both on air and online. In the meantime, you can find all of our past reporting on the back and forth on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Here's a look at the stories making headlines here at this hour. A new Project Baltimore investigation raising questions about information the State Department of Education is keeping from the public. We are digging into why this information is being kept hidden from the public.
And they're your tax dollars, and they're being spent on trips for Baltimore City Council members. Still ahead, we're going to look at how much money is being set aside and where leaders are going. 7-11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
You have infrastructure that needs to be addressed. You have water problems. You have public safety problems. These are things that need to be addressed. And while this money is not going to solve the city's financial problems, it's symbolic, and it shows that Baltimore City officials don't know how to spend money. They don't know how to prioritize.
The Board of Estimates approves $80,000 in travel expenses for city leaders, raising the question of if that is the best use of taxpayer money. Eurip C. Morgan, spokesperson for the community group Peace, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So in the scheme of things, $80,000 for travel. Some of this is travel that's still to come. Some is reimbursement for what's already been done. Is that out of the realm of acceptability? One of the things is they're going to the conference for counties. There's 17 people, and that's going to cost $29,000. Does that seem reasonable?
You know, under ordinary circumstances, I would say yes. It is reasonable for there to be a delegation of, particular representatives from a jurisdiction to go down to the Mako conference in Ocean City. Those things are reasonable, but we've got to look at what's going on in Baltimore City at the time and ask ourselves, under these circumstances, not under normal circumstances, but under current circumstances as things are in Baltimore City, is that reasonable? And the answer, I think, is no. There's so many communities that need help.
And is the reason no because of just you shouldn't be leaving the city right now? Your focus should only be on the city, or is it that amount of money, even as David Williams was saying, it's not going to solve the problems of the city, but it should be still spent in the city?
You know, that's a great question, because the reality is that $29,000 to go to Ocean City for 17 people is really not a huge sum of money. It sounds like it, but when you break it down, it's about $1,700 per person. It's not a huge sum of money, but it is about the focus. Where is the focus? You know, we're 1 month removed from the the Brooklyn Homes shooting, and there's still no suspects. We've got this incredible increase in carjackings, particularly among young people, and the focus needs to be here in Baltimore City, and that's what we're hearing from community members as we continue our tour around the city with our town halls as part of the Peace organization. And we're hearing from people that the focus doesn't seem to be in Baltimore. Leadership doesn't seem to be focused, and that's a problem.
In this particular instance of people going for this Mako conference in Ocean City, Nick Mosby's going, and he's asking for $2,300, I think, for the trip. Zeke Cohen also going. We know that he's running against Nick Mosby, and he is choosing to spend his own money to go to it. Not that he's not going, but he's going to spend his own money. Is that a better route?
You know, it's interesting. I did read that Zeke Cohen is using, I believe it's campaign funds, which he is allowed to use to go to this trip. And it shows that there are other alternatives other than using taxpayer dollars to do this. And again, under normal circumstances, look, I do think that it's important that Baltimore City have a presence at this conference. But the fact that a lot of residents don't feel like the focus is on the problems of Baltimore City tells me that whether they go or not is not really the issue. It's how much focus they are really putting on the real issues that Baltimore residents are facing.
All right, Eurip C., thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the forecast from over in our Vert area.
This is the second day I've been over here. It's still weird, but I have all these fun TVs. Can we put anything in there that we want? I don't know. No, we can't? Okay. Yeah, they should probably just keep me over there on the green thing. All right, let's take a look at our forecast. Good morning, everybody. Our Towson camera looking out just under that Weather Authority logo. You can see that sun that is up and trying to get through some of that cloud cover. If you haven't stepped outside, well, the second you do, you're going to notice the first thing is that it's more humid than it's been the last couple of days. But this is August-like, and we've just had a couple of days where we had that lack of humidity. So we're kind of right back into it today. With the increase in humidity, we do have that potential for a few more showers and pop-up thunderstorms. Now, we're not looking at anything widespread for today. That's definitely going to be good news. But 68, your temperature right now in Towson. Excuse me, the dew point at 59 degrees. So dew point temperatures are going to climb today back into that kind of sticky category. And notice on our dew point trend Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, those dew points are definitely climbing. So we'll keep the moisture and more of the mugginess in our area as we head into the first weekend of August. Here's a look at that HD radar. All quiet right now. Nothing to track here. Our next weather maker, at least some folks in southern West Virginia down through parts of Kentucky and Tennessee dealing with some rain showers and thunderstorms. Some of that system will try to slide a little bit farther to the east, and we'll pick up on some of that moisture from the south, that southerly flow. That wind is going to pick up a little bit later today from the south, so just be aware of that, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. 69 here next hour on your day planner for the B&O Museum, and numbers here through noon. into the lower 80s. It's still not bad if you want to grab lunch outdoors in the patio or by the Inner Harbor. And the numbers will be in the mid to upper 80s as we head later into the day today, with just a slight chance of a couple of pop-up showers. So 87 for our high. Sun will be up until 8:17 tonight. Notice those daylight hours are shrinking as we get closer to the autumnal equinox, which is still a little less than 2 months away from right now. Low to mid 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. These are going to be warmer than what we've seen the last couple of days, and that continues up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. at 86 in the district today. 77 if you're heading down the ocean. Great weather at Ocean City today, but just know on Friday, that's when we're tracking some storms there as well. But then Saturday, we're looking good, and in fact, this weekend should be good if you want to head to the beach. So here's a look at our future scan. You can see a little bit more of that cloud cover, those red lines indicating that southerly flow. And again, a stray pop-up shower or storm can't be ruled out today. A little better chance of a couple of more showers on Friday into the afternoon and possibly into Friday evening. Hopefully we won't have any delays for that O's game, as the O's are back in town coming up on Friday night, celebrating the 83 O's this weekend. I know they didn't get the win last night, but they'll try to win the series against Toronto this afternoon in Canada. 87 today, lower 80s tomorrow, and then upper 80s and lower 90s Saturday and Sunday's games. No issues with the weather, just warmer and keeping those 90s into early next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network now, getting reports of an incident now in the city. It's on 95 South, right at the Fort McHenry Tunnel there. Our cameras are showing a little bit of a backup. You can see as they head down under into the tunnel there. Give yourself some extra time if you're heading that way. On the map, we're indicating some yellow there as a result, too.
This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Cares Summer Diaper Drive.
You can scan the QR code that we're going to put on our screen here to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones.
If your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
Movie theater behavior has gone off the rails. We are breaking down the worst things you could do while watching a film in theaters, plus the app that's being blamed for Gen Z's bad habits.
I'm aboard the Pride of Baltimore, too. As you can see, a lot of activity going on. We'll tell you all about it. I feel like I'm overdressed. Maybe not the good day for the French cuffs. Okay, that's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
7:25, smooth sailing ahead. The 50th Governor's Cup is coming up this weekend, and our own pride of Baltimore is heading out for open waters.
Mark Clark is alongside the crew sailing around the harbor. Mark, we're getting a shot of you right now. Our Sky Fox is up in the air, getting some incredible shots of what a beautiful ship you're on.
You know, it is beautiful. And again, I just got berated by the captain because he said, "Why are you on my ship with cufflinks?" I'm sorry, Captain. Captain Miles is here, and so this is a lot of work, Captain. People are pulling stuff, and it's a lot going on.
Yeah, well, they're hauling 185 tons, long tons.
Wow.
That multiplies out to 440,000 pounds.
Amazing.
So getting all that gear up, or rather what we're putting up, to have the vessel have motivation with the breeze that we have, it's a fair amount of work.
Captain is such a captain, isn't he? He's cool. He look at him. One hand, guys. One hand. He's talking, and so you've been doing this for a minute, right?
Yeah. How long has that been?
For a minute, you know.
Yeah. So started out as a child, as the joke goes, and I've been sailing ever since. Commercially, since I was in my teens in the late 60s. But with this program, since 81 with the old Pride of Baltimore, I was her skipper a number of different times. Took her to Europe, came on this vessel when she started in 88 as one of two full-time captains, and I've continued since. So far, so good.
So far, so good.
And this vessel has extended the mission out beyond the continent on both sides to the east, Ukraine and Russia.
Wow.
And to the west, China, Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, and everywhere in between. It was worth going. We've been a whole bunch of times in the Great Lakes. And so Maryland is blessed with the most recognized American sailing vessel in the world.
Come on, Captain Miles. Come on, Maryland. That's right. We're aboard, and people are working. Jimmy, look at this. Look, this is what Captain Miles is up to. My goodness, guys, a lot going on this morning, and we're here all morning long.
Those cufflinks, throw them overboard and grab a rope, Mark.
I think that's why he wore the cufflinks, so he didn't have to get in on this work. We understand what's going on there. All right, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, as you can see in those shots, it was a little gray out there. There's a chance for some rain here over the next few days. I'm going to let you know how things are shaping up for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it down and his full Weather Authority forecast.
Former President Donald Trump is gearing up for his court appearance this afternoon. Still ahead, the agencies in D.C. preparing for possible unrest. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with our forecast.
Definitely seeing a little bit more of the mugginess out there this morning and some of those clouds hanging around as well as we take you out live right now. This is a shot here from the Towson area and the overcast conditions kind of hanging around. That sun is trying to poke through, and we'll get some of that sunshine today kind of mixed in with those clouds. Lower 60s, Western Maryland, upper 60s for Bel Air and Baltimore, up and down the Chesapeake. So for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you're getting sweaty, no doubt about that, with upper 60s and lower 70s. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that potential for rain today and for the next couple of days as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. We are now just hours away from former President Donald Trump's arraignment in Washington. Again, he is facing 4 counts in connection with Special Prosecutor Jack Smith's January 6th investigation. Right now, D.C. on high alert this morning, taking you live there now this morning. There is actually fencing that is put up all around the courthouse with demonstrators expected to show up in support of and against the charges. They're expected to be there at noon today. We've already seen some lining up. Both sides have been very vocal. Multiple agencies, including the Secret Service, D.C. Police, Capitol Police, now joining forces in preparation for possible civil unrest around the U.S. District Courthouse today. Yesterday, law enforcement did a walkthrough of the grounds there, including the courtroom where the former president will appear at 4 o'clock this afternoon. A Secret Service spokesperson releasing this statement saying, quote, "We are working closely with the Metropolitan Police Department, U.S. Marshals Service, U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, and the Federal Protective Service to ensure the highest levels of safety and security for the former president while minimizing disruptions to the normal court process." In addition to the fencing now around the courthouse, the Department of Labor, which is next door to the courthouse, notified its employees that its building will be closed today in preparation for today's legal drama. There was a scare yesterday, a 911 caller warning of a possible active shooter in the Senate office buildings. Police evacuating the building, conducting a floor-by-floor search, but found no evidence of a shooter. Capitol Police now calling it a false alarm. We're also getting new information about the 6 co-conspirators mentioned in the charging documents. Several of their names now circulating. We're going to have that part of the story for you coming up right here from our live center next hour as our coverage of today's arraignment continues.
We want to know what you think. Do you think the latest indictment of former President Trump is politically motivated? So far, 90% of those who voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Records in Maryland are supposed to be just that, records available to the taxpaying public. Federal and many state governments have drafted laws protecting your rights to see those records.
But a Project Baltimore investigation is raising questions over information the Maryland State Department of Education is not allowing the public to see.
You looked at the documents, you saw the redactions. What are your thoughts?
Chris, this is shocking. Scott Martyr is a Baltimore-based attorney who's very familiar with Maryland's public records law. I don't think there should be redactions at all. Back in 2017, on behalf of Fox 45, Martyr sued Baltimore City Schools when the district refused to release documents related to grade-changing investigations. In 2019, a judge ruled in our favor, saying the school system willfully and knowingly violated the law. Now, Martyr says the State Department of Education appears to be doing the same thing.
The public should be able to see what is in these emails.
Yes. Last week, Project Baltimore received the results of a public records request we filed in April. We asked for emails and text messages sent or received by Maryland State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry between January and March of 2023. That time period is important because that was when Fox 45 exposed 23 schools in Baltimore City where 0 students who took the state test in 2022 scored proficient in math. When we began reporting on state test scores in late January, the state removed the scores from its website and later reposted them with heavy redactions, making less information available to the public about how public schools are performing. That is why we filed this public records request, to see what your government officials were saying to each other about redacting the test results.
From that request, we received about 500 pages of documents with very few redactions. But take a look at this email thread. This was sent on March 3rd with the subject line, Project Baltimore Request. This first email was sent by me at 1:32 in the afternoon to Superintendent Chaudhary and others at MSDE. In this email, we specifically ask about the 23 city schools that had 0 students proficient in math. 20 minutes after I sent that first email, Chaudhary sent it to some more of his co-workers. This is at 1:52. We can see everything. It's right here. But then 15 minutes later, at 2:07, Superintendent Chaudhary forwarded the email again, but this time, we can no longer see his email address. We also can't see who he sent the email to, and every word in the body of the email has been redacted. So the public cannot see what the superintendent said. We can't see who he sent it to. We also can't see from what email he sent it.
MSDE said the reason for its redactions were to protect executive privilege, the deliberative process, and to maintain the privacy of the state employee. But Martyr says, as far as he can tell, those exemptions do not apply here.
In the interest of transparency, they should give you more information about why they redacted those items. That may help you determine whether you think that they were right or not. But by restricting the amount of information you have, it doesn't paint a good picture for them.
And remember, emails were only part of our request. We also asked for text messages during that time frame. This is what we received: a log of 98 texts sent or received by Superintendent Chaudhary, with the phone numbers redacted. But this is not what we asked for. We did not request a call log. We asked for the actual text messages. But we don't have them, so you can't see them.
Under the state's public records law, is a text any different than an email?
No.
So we should get both?
You should get both, yes. Typically, the next step would be to send an email back to the agency and say, we think you're wrong for the following reasons.
So we did. On Tuesday, Project Baltimore replied to MSDE asking why we received the emails but not the text messages. We also asked for a more detailed explanation about why this email is redacted. If the state cannot point to a specific state law to justify these redactions, we ask that the email addresses and the body of the email be unredacted so the public can see what its government is doing. Project Baltimore will keep you updated on how the state responds.
It is always important that the public know what government is doing. When government hides information, then it makes it a lot harder for the voters to make intelligent decisions.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Baltimore teens caught on camera running away after police say they stole a car in Anne Arundel County. Fox 45 Morning News looking into the surge in juvenile auto theft says neighbors desperately call for change.
And a mild start to our morning, but we will see a warm up throughout the day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the potential for some afternoon rain. That's ahead in his full weather authority forecast. 7:39. Now it's 7:40. How about that? You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
What's next?
Welcome back. 7:42 is your time. We're 18 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Thursday morning, otherwise known as Friday Eve, and looking out over the Inner Harbor. Nice calm conditions right now. A lot of cloud cover out there. The wind is going to pick up today, so boaters and watermen, make sure you are aware of that. The small craft advisory actually is through the afternoon and into Friday as well. That's what we'll be looking at as we head into the afternoon and into the next couple of days. We'll see that wind start to really pick up as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Adnan Syed's tumultuous legal battle continues. What his attorneys are now doing to keep him out of prison.
And it's been a little over a month, and Baltimore police still do not have suspects from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Why collections of evidence from the crime scene could be slowing down the investigation. 7:43 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Baltimore police still have no suspects in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Hundreds were gathered, and when the shooting stopped, 2 were dead, 28 others wounded, and police say they found casings from at least a dozen different weapons. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Hey, the mass shooting more than a month ago. So is it odd that no suspects have been announced yet?
Yeah, I found it very odd. I mean, you talk about there were literally hundreds of witnesses, and there were people who called to warn that there were armed people in the party. So you had not just participants who were doing the shooting, but there were civilians. There were non-participants who alerted the police. I'm very surprised you had nobody, because I'm assuming from the area. It's just you don't come from Northwest Baltimore to go to a block party down there.
Yeah, well, and there also was video evidence. There was a lot of different video feeds there. One even putting a 17-year-old under arrest. He was a shooting victim too, but they said that he was not part of the shooter's suspect. So you saw that 17-year-old. A lot of minorities were actually there. I mean, we saw there was juveniles. I think there was 15 out of the 30 that were injured were juveniles. So you start looking at this and you start saying, okay, what's the issue? Now we're starting to see critics coming out saying the evidence collections are now an issue. And that's a problem, because when you start seeing that, it's almost like a breakdown of trust.
Well, I mean, that's I can't defend them on those suspects. I thought they'd have somebody by now, but evidence collection at a crime scene like that is really hard because what happens is, I assume they're talking about picking up things like shell casings and the like for evidence collection. What happens when you have a shooting like that is a mass stampede. People are running everywhere. They're stepping on these things. They flatten them. They become useless for evidentiary purposes. It's a very tough thing to do, is to keep a crime scene like that, pristine, and that's a little unfair.
Yeah, but is this going to turn out? I mean, we can go back to Freddie Gray. There was talks about evidence issues there, and then you go into Detective Sean Suter. That's still a controversial case here for Baltimore. So you start looking back, is this going to be another one of those cases where it may never be fully resolved because of the time and how long it's taking to come out with any kind of issues?
It could, but I doubt it. I think this case will be resolved. I think they're going to kind of make an arrest in this case. I think the evidence collection is going to be poor because the crime scene has certainly been, contaminated. So I don't think that's going to be good. But I think they'll come up with suspects.
Do you think that helps? I mean, whenever they do come up with suspects, won't that help the defense, saying that there's been so much chaos right here and how long it took to find somebody? Or do you think that will actually bolster BPD's case, saying, look, we went through it methodically and it took us this long before we arrested anyone because we wanted to make sure we got the right suspect?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of neither. It's the defense attorney's job. They're supposed to defend their client, give the best defense they can possibly give them, even if that means distorting the truth. They can't lie, but they can certainly make you, confuse people, confuse juries, try to, muddy the waters as best.
Well, last question for you then. Some people are saying this is ridiculous that it's been more than 30 days since the shooting and we have no suspects. When is it then getting to an absurd time where you don't hear anything or no suspects?
I don't know. I don't know anything about the case, but I think if those people are so frustrated, maybe they should come forward. But I assume a lot of them know who did the shooting. There's no secrets here. There's no secrets in this town or any other big city. People know who did that shooting. They need to let the police know.
Leave it right there. Thank you, Ed. You can always hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, 7:49, almost 7:50 now. Your Weather Authority forecast looking out over the Patapsco this morning, and boaters and watermen on your captain's cast, just know there is a small craft advisory through tomorrow afternoon. That wind is really going to pick up later today out of the south at about 10 to 20, even gusting to 25 knots. Waves about 1 to 2 feet. That low tide at 3:42 this afternoon, and high tide back in at 8:55 again tonight. So here's a look at your Rise and Shine cast. If you're out and about here in the next couple of hours enjoying some breakfast and coffee with us, upper 60s and lower 70s. We'll get to the mid 70s by about 10 a.m. and the sun will be up until 8:17. Great day to hang by the pool. Even though we got some clouds hanging around, our numbers still in the mid 70s here in the 10 o'clock hour and mid to upper 80s for the 2 and 3 o'clock. May see a stray pop-up shower or storm, but most of that, if there's any activity at all, will be later into the afternoon and evening time. And I know it's in the middle of summer right now, but fall is just about 51 days away. From Saturday, September 23rd, the autumnal equinox is officially when we change into the new season. Low to mid and upper 80s across Westminster, Bel Air, and Cockeysville. 87 Baltimore City, 84 in Annapolis for your high today. A little warmer than yesterday. And notice on our future scan, there's not a lot happening. We're not talking about widespread showers and storms. Just a couple of pop-up thunderstorms are going to be possible later this afternoon. Tomorrow, a little bit better chance of that cloud cover and some rain showers here. Hopefully we'll see those showers move out of here before we get to that O's game back at Camden Yards on Friday night. But Saturday and Sunday's games look great, or any outdoor activities you have for the weekend. It'll be warmer, however, a bit drier. Shout out to Valerie in Chestertown. That is Dexter right there with the summer dew. Dexter the cat making sure to stay nice and cool. So thanks, Valerie. And we love getting your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 87 today, lower 80s tomorrow. We get back to the upper 80s and lower 90s for Saturday and Sunday. And notice we keep those 90s toward the middle of next week.
Justin, thank you. Meatless doesn't have to mean flavorless. Still ahead, our friends from Underground Pizza are making a vegan pie.
And make sure your kids are getting enough Z's while they're learning their ABCs. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we're breaking down good sleep hygiene tips for kids.
And parents, if you're not getting enough sleep, maybe you could use a caffeine fix.
Absolutely can. It's time for a coffee break.
Trending now, the two biggest films of the summer are driving more people to the movie theaters.
But apparently it's also bringing along some bad behavior, according to a new report.
The Wall Street Journal says some moviegoers are using their phones during screenings of the Barbie movie and Oppenheimer.
The report credits TikTok for this acting out behavior, motivating some of the younger generation to not follow movie etiquette. I don't know
You
how.
can't blame TikTok.
Yeah.
That's on you.
Right. I would think so.
Many attendees are reportedly scrolling on their phone during dull moments of a film, or even taking pictures with the flash on.
Oh my God.
And posting it on social media. That's where it goes too far. You can't have a flash on and take a picture during.
And I don't think you can have, we were just talking, you can't have your phone or your bring your kid and let them watch a tablet, because then that is light and you're not, and
distracting.
Right. So there was just a whole big fight in a movie theater, but no, you can't go that far. But I don't understand either how you're blaming TikTok for that.
That's on you.
No, yeah, don't blame anybody else but yourself for this stupid behavior. Now, look, I went to the Mission Impossible movie. $20 for one ticket, and I was like, "What's going on? What happened to the $10 or $5?"
They
It was
don't
like
have that
4 in the
anymore.
afternoon.
And they have to go to special times, the matinees.
Then the concessions are going to cost you another $40. So,
Yeah.
But the endless popcorn, and then you fill it up before you leave, and
I may have had
dessert.
my own candy. I may have smuggled in some of my own candy. So, all right, that's not bad behavior.
No.
That's just economics.
That's smart.
Fox 45 Morning News will continue in just a little while. Hey, we're hanging out in the CW till that World Cup game's all over and ready to go. Hey, stop flicking your picture while I'm talking. Is this a dull moment?
Yes.
All right.
We're aboard the Pride of Baltimore 2, and coming up, we'll talk to the chef. Some good eating and also some good sailing on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, August 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. We're hanging out on the CW for a little bit longer till we get the end of that match, which is wrapping up on Fox 45. Then we'll be back over on our home channel, looking out toward the Hanover Street Bridge. Nick's Fish House is down there. It's one of our favorite places to go, especially when people come in town and do some crabs. We got to get some crabs going this year. I don't think we've done that yet. So meanwhile, our temperatures are not too bad. They're going to be a little bit warmer today, already sliding into the lower 70s for Rosedale, Essex, and Middle River. 71 Dundalk, 69 in Baltimore City and Glen Burnie at this time. Next couple of hours, numbers climb into the low and mid 70s through 10 a.m. and into the 80s by about noon today. And you'll feel warmer numbers this afternoon, also with that humidity that's building and the chance for a couple of pop-up showers and storms. Highs in the upper 80s for a lot of us. So a bit warmer than yesterday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. 95 southbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There was a crash. It has been cleared. Look at that, traffic moving along just fine.
We are now just hours away from former President Donald Trump's arraignment in Washington. Again, he's facing 4 counts in connection with Special Prosecutor Jack Smith's January 6th investigation. Taking a live look outside the courthouse, we've got a reporter standing in that shot right now, but we know they're on high alert out there. In D.C., we saw fencing being put up actually around the courthouse where he's standing, with demonstrations expected to show up in support of or against the charges. They're supposed to start around noon, but already we've seen people lining up, both sides very vocal. Multiple agencies, including the Secret Service, D.C. Police, Capitol Police, now joining forces in preparation for possible civil unrest around the U.S. District Courthouse today. Yesterday, law enforcement did a walkthrough of the grounds, including the courtroom where the former president will appear at 4 o'clock this afternoon. A Secret Service spokesperson releasing this statement saying, "We are working closely with the Metropolitan Police Department, U.S. Marshals Service, U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, and the Federal Protective Service to ensure the highest levels of safety and security for the former president while minimizing disruptions to the normal court process." Now, in addition to the fencing that's now around the courthouse, the Department of Labor, which is right next door to the courthouse, notified its employees that its building will be closed today in preparation for today's legal drama. There was a scare yesterday, a 911 caller warning of a possible active shooter in the Senate office buildings. Police evacuated the buildings. They conducted a floor-by-floor search, but found no evidence of a shooter. Capitol Police are now calling it a false alarm. We are, meantime, getting new information about the 6 co-conspirators mentioned in the charging documents. Several of their names now circulating. We're going to have that part of the story for you coming up right here from our live center in about 30 minutes as our coverage of today's arraignment continues.
Well, we want to know what you think. Do you think that the latest indictment of former President Trump is politically motivated? You can make your voice heard right now by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Stay with Fox 45 News from this morning through the evening. We will have complete coverage of Trump's court appearance. You can follow along today both on air and online. Developing this morning, growing calls for accountability as a juvenile crime spree sweeps across Montgomery County.
Police say that they arrested 6 juveniles in connection with 2 separate car-related crimes. 2 other juveniles were arrested as well, but police tell us they're too young to be charged. The lack of consequences has some people frustrated.
No accountability, no responsibility, and so they think they can do whatever they want. I mean, what's a 13-year-old doing out at midnight jacking cars?
Police chiefs and law experts argue that Maryland's juvenile crime laws are too lenient and give young offenders a free ride in several cases. The Montgomery County Police Chief spoke with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. He says the laws hinder public safety.
The juvenile reform laws that have been passed by the legislature has been damaging in so many ways. They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed or the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
Several top prosecutors across Maryland are in agreement with that statement, saying their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with their concerns and the changes they want to see. Shannon.
Yeah, and this recent round of crime, Patrice and Megan, is certainly shining more of a light on this issue. These were Baltimore juveniles that were wreaking havoc in Anne Arundel County. And so now 10 state's attorneys from across Maryland argue specifically that the Juvenile Justice Reform Act is making it more difficult for them to do their jobs in terms of holding young people like these accountable. And here's how.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
Come in, we can't detain them. They're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one. Can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day. They pick up a third. They're back in the community again the next day. That is frustrating to the community and frustrating to us because without the detention, we are, in many instances, we're really not getting the attention of the child.
So Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy there says he wants to see that change. But as it stands right now, under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, the law limits those 13 and under to charges for crimes of violence and says a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged at all. Now, the law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies. Come September, though, remember 2 Maryland legislative committees plan to meet to look into accusations that these juvenile justice reform laws are contributing to the problem. In the meantime, though, we asked Mayor Brandon Scott if he thinks the laws need to change.
This system has to be built brand new because we know the old system, the adult system, doesn't work for young people, and we know what we have today doesn't work as well.
Again, state lawmakers are set to meet for a hearing on all of this come September, but critics fear that this hearing could just be more performative and could lead to more talk and less action. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
That brings us to our question of the day. Should juveniles who commit serious crimes be treated as adults in the judicial system? So far, 92% of people who voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote and you can join the conversation.
Well, 8:07 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. What we're tracking is some changes in our forecast. Now, we've probably noticed it if you've been up with us here for a little while, or if you've stepped outside, even inside, you're feeling a little bit more of that kind of humid air as those clouds have kind of rolled in the overnight hours. And our temperatures did not get as cool. We didn't see any 50s this morning like we saw the last couple of mornings, especially yesterday morning. So numbers have kind of hovered around the 60s, and they're starting to climb right now that we're in the 8 o'clock hour and that sun's been up for a little bit. So we're going to see kind of a mix of clouds and sun as we head into the day today. Here's a look at your statewide temperatures. Lower 60s in Oakland and Cumberland for western Maryland. We're already into the lower 70s for Hagerstown and Westminster over to Bel Air. Chestertown also at 70 right now. 71 in Annapolis, and we're right at 69 in Baltimore City, while we're still hanging at 65 for you in Laurel. So here's a look at your weather story for the day. A mild Thursday morning. That humidity definitely back. We are tracking the potential for a few pop-up storms. Overall, nothing like a big washout or anything today. In fact, today, less of a chance of the rain than we will see for tomorrow in our forecast. That's when we'll have a better chance of some of those showers moving through and potentially a couple of thunderstorms as well. So overall, the next 3 days, 87 for your high today, back to the lower 80s for tomorrow. So we do have those showers coming in, and our temps actually drop below average on Friday. And then notice what happens on Saturday. Those numbers start going back up. We dry out for this upcoming weekend, but it will definitely feel a little more August-like with numbers a lot closer to or even slightly above average throughout the course of the weekend. And we'll take a closer look at that forecast for you. We go hour by hour and let you know exactly when to expect some of that possible rain moving in as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. New this morning, a man suspected of raping 5 women between 1978 and 1986 in Baltimore County has been arrested after being connected to the crimes through forensic evidence. Police arrested 70-year-old James Shipe Sr. after evidence from the GBMC Slide Project connected him to a viable suspect in the investigation. Shipe is being held without bond. Baltimore County Police is asking anyone with information about any sexual assaults connected to Shipe to contact 410-307-2020.
Taking a look at what's happening here in Maryland today, Mayor Brandon Scott and Senator Cory McCray will be touring the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum in East Baltimore. The museum has 150 wax figures of people from the past, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and from the present, like President Barack Obama. The Waterfront Partnership will unveil the master plan for the Baltimore Blueway. It's a network of 8 water trails and a dozen access points for non-motorized craft that will connect the city's Inner Harbor and Middle Branch. The Baltimore City School District joined a lawsuit by 200 other school districts against social media companies regarding the impact of social media content on teens' mental health. The school system is claiming predatory behavior and that the company should be held accountable. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us to discuss the lawsuit and the involvement of the city school district. So, David, let's talk more about the lawsuit, what it is, and what does the district want to get out of it? Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. And this is fascinating, right? And we've seen this before where social media companies are the bad guy now. And we see school districts with this lawsuit. And I am reminded of the 1970s when rock and roll music and television, that was rotting our brains. Video games in the 80s and 90s. And I think right now the social media companies are the scapegoat. And here's the problem, Patrice, is we don't have any studies that definitively say that there is a problem with social media and teens' mental health. And in fact, when schools were shut down, what's interesting is that social media kept a lot of kids together at the time. And when I look at Baltimore City, I have this nagging thing in the back of my head where I look at the graduation rates that are low. You look at the low math proficiency, the low proficiency in language and the arts, and you see, ghost students and a lot of these problems in the Baltimore City schools. And this seems to be something that they're doing, that they should be looking at other issues rather than social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. There are bigger issues in Baltimore City, including public safety, right? I think that has more of an effect on the kids' mental health than, posting a few things on TikTok here and there. And quite frankly, Patrice, the end game is they want money. They're trying to get money from these companies, and they're looking for this multi-billion-dollar settlement. I think that's the end game. And quite frankly, it could end up costing Baltimore City a lot more money than they'll ever get from it.
Okay, so let's talk about that. As a parent, I'm going to debate with you whether I think social media is good for kids or not. We can get back to that in a minute. But the cost, let's talk about that. Expensive for Baltimore City to be involved in this lawsuit. What are the potential costs there?
Yes, every lawsuit is expensive because you have to hire attorneys and lawyers, and that's what Baltimore City is doing. And we're talking about $400 an hour, which I think is on the low end of this. So this could potentially be millions of dollars this city is spending for a lawsuit that, quite frankly, may go nowhere. And if you look at a couple of $1 million, boy, you're talking about textbooks, you're talking about school supplies, air conditioning, a lot of things that the city schools could be investing in rather than attorneys on a lawsuit. And I would love to debate social media and the pros and cons of social media, because I think there are a lot of cons to it. I think that the school needs to have curriculum that teaches responsible social media usership and not just suing the companies. But listen, this is going to be a part of our lives for decades, right? And I think there needs to be a way that kids use social media in a positive way. And I think the schools, instead of spending money on lawyers, again, spend money on curriculum to teach kids the responsible use of it.
But then, there are going to be somebody that says we're spending money to teach kids how to use social media in school when the kids can't pass math. I mean, so it's a lose-lose situation for the schools in that way. But maybe you could come up with the curriculum, though, David, since you are the one person apparently who knows how to use social media responsibly. It's not a good place.
You haven't seen my Twitter recently, have you?
I'm not even on Twitter anymore, so no, I haven't.
Okay, I don't use it responsibly, but thank you. I appreciate the compliment. But no, listen, it's a part of our lives, and we need to figure out how to use it in a way that is responsible for adults and children, quite frankly.
Absolutely. All right, David, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 8:14 now, and it is time to get a check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers, and he's taking a look at it's gray behind you.
Yeah, a little bit. What are your favorite nuts?
The one that's talking to us right now.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry, you just set yourself up for that. Or cashews. But I go
cashews?
with that.
Yes, cashews.
I got to practice for my first pitch. So I just tried to throw you a softball right over the plate there, if, that ever happens. But cashews? Okay,
You're
good.
doing okay?
Yeah, no.
I stand by my original answer. I'm switching to Patrice now. Forget the cashews.
You know that nuts.com, they have the bag, like there's a picture of my face on it. Like, here's a bunch of Justin. Boop. It's National Grab Some Nuts Day. So that's why I said that, because I like almonds and I like cashews as well. So, sometimes you feel like a nut and then sometimes you don't. Here's a look at our live cam from downtown Baltimore. Hanover Street Bridge, there we go. Patapsco River looking good. And yeah, it is a little gray out there. We've been talking about the cloud cover that's hanging around, almost at 70 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Humidity also at 70%. So the dew points are rising. The dew point meter close to 60 degrees, just about to slide into that humid category. And then going forward, we're going to see those dew point numbers climb today. Back into the sticky category, not oppressive or anything like that, but notice that trend with higher dew point numbers. That typically means we've got more humid air in place. That means we've got some showers and storms to deal with as well. And also getting into the weekend, we'll have more of an August-like feel because we've had a couple of very nice afternoons with a lack of humidity, kind of feeling nice each day. And those evenings have just been spectacular. The mornings have been great too. Here's a look at our HD radar. So really not tracking much. You can see this radar sweep pretty bored, just kind of hanging out. Excuse me. Our next weather maker, we are tracking some showers and thunderstorms rolling through parts of Kentucky and Tennessee. Pretty big system, actually. It's going to bring a lot of rain to the mid-south. You can see all of that activity right there on the left-hand side of your screen through St. Louis. Probably seeing some delays in those airports in the middle part of the country. And with all that lightning strike activity and all of those showers moving right in to parts of Middle Tennessee out through the Tennessee River Valley. Now, some of that moisture will slide a little bit farther to the east, and what we'll see from that is an influence of an increase in moisture, which is why getting a little bit more humid and the potential for a couple of showers and storms exists. Hey, there's Hank the Bird. Yeah, not happy about the other Birds losing last night in Toronto, but it's all good. We can win the series. We're still in first place, by the way, because the Rays lost 2, so that was nice to see, and still a game and a half up in the AL East. The best record in the American League is right here in Baltimore. All right, so your back to school countdown. Fox 45 is your bus stop forecast and your countdown to the school year and back to school headquarters. 25 days out for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties as well. 33 days for you in Carroll County. Eastern Shore counties, you're getting back after it in just 25 days for Queen Anne's and Talbot, and 33 days for Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County on the bus stop forecast. We're getting the bus all shined up and all, getting the oil change, new tires, and everything looking good for that bus stop forecast to start rolling out at the end of August. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. 88 is typically where we are this time of year, so numbers a little bit closer to average. And we've seen a nice little stretch of those below average numbers, but that's going to end as we get into the next few days. And you can see those numbers climbing too for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, for Elk Ridge and Columbia, over through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, 84 in Annapolis, 84 as well in Odenton. And numbers up and down the 95 corridor, staying mainly in the 80s. Even out in western Maryland, we're seeing 85 there in Cumberland, 86 in D.C., Philly at 84. We're back in the upper 70s in Ocean City if you are heading down the ocean. Speaking of food, as I typically do, our grill cast is looking good. You want to throw some meat and veggies on the grill this afternoon. 86 by 4 p.m., mid-80s in the 5 o'clock hour, and upper 70s through 7 p.m. So even though those clouds are kind of hanging around today, overall, not a bad day to be outside and get that grill fired up. So temperature tracker looking like this: 87 on Thursday, lower 80s tomorrow, and then we'll see those upper 80s and lower 90s as we head toward the weekend and next week as well. What was I supposed to do? Toss to the break? No. Oh, to Patrice. All right, Patrice, it's you.
Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we've got another look at the Fort McHenry Tunnel where there was an accident. Now it's been cleared and you are moving free and up to speed through that area. Thanks for watching us on the CW Baltimore. Now that the game is over, we're going back to our regular programming on Fox 45. We'll be back after this short break.
We fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Today, former President Donald Trump is expected in court facing yet another federal indictment. What we can expect to unfold from today's events and the preparations underway.
Calls for accountability are growing when it comes to juvenile crime. Topping our next half hour, the recent incidents and why the lack of consequences have some frustrated.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, August 3rd. Thanks for joining us once again on Fox 45. Today, former President Donald Trump will be arraigned in a D.C. federal court. This will be on felony charges related to his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The charges center on Trump's actions between the 2020 election and the Capitol insurrection the following January. He faces 4 counts, including conspiracy to defraud the United States, witness tampering, conspiracy against the rights of citizens, and obstruction of an official proceeding. Judge Tanya Chutkan has been randomly assigned to Trump's case. She was appointed to the bench back in 2014 by then President Barack Obama and has presided over the trials of numerous defendants in January 6 related cases. Now, this morning, Washington, D.C. has many preparations taking place anticipating Trump's arrival. Security is ramping up. As you can see, barriers are being placed outside the D.C. federal courthouse where he is expected to go. Developing this morning, growing calls for accountability as a juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County. Police say they arrested 6 juveniles in connection with 2 separate car-related crimes. 2 other juveniles were arrested as well, but police say they're too young to be charged. The lack of consequences has some people frustrated.
No accountability, no responsibility, and so they think they can do whatever they want. I mean, what's a 13-year-old doing out at midnight jacking cars?
Some police chiefs and law experts argue Maryland's juvenile crime laws are too lenient and give young offenders a free ride in several cases. The Montgomery County Police Chief spoke with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. He says the laws hinder public safety.
The juvenile reform laws that have been passed by the legislature has been damaging in so many ways. They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed or the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
That brings us to our question of the day. Should juveniles who commit serious crimes be treated as adults in the judicial system? So far, 96% of those who voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote and you can join the conversation. 8:25 now. The 50th annual Governor's Cup is happening this weekend, and the Pride of Baltimore is shipping up to race. Mark Clark is live alongside the crew. He's sailing around the harbor. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. You know, sailing takes me away to where I always wanted to be. We just, you know, if you see a little crumbs around the mouth, I just had some delicious breakfast with the crew, even though they were looking at me like, he's not working. And so we have the chef. Chef, what's your name?
My name is Alex Wheezy.
Wheezy is in the building. So, Chef, you know, again, I didn't expect to have delicious food aboard. You know, how do you do it? And is it important to feed these people?
Oh, it's so important. They're out there working really hard, so I make sure they get enough calories and are well fed. But it's a great job. I get a lot of help from, you know, my captain and my crewmates on what they want to eat, so I make a lot of stuff.
And I don't know if people understand, you guys really are a team. You're a crew.
Mm-hmm.
And so how long are you together? You know, does it work, you know?
Oh, we're together all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, every day, man.
And so now, in addition to doing your duties as a chef, do you also have to do other things around the boat, or is it just mainly, you know, cooking and make sure the kitchen, the galley is that the word? The galley is thing?
Exactly.
The thingity thing?
Yeah, so my main job is, you know, cooking. I provision. I do all the meal planning, all the shopping. I do all of that.
Okay.
And then sometimes if I have some extra time, I'll come and help on the sales.
Well, look, you're doing a great job. I mean, this is an amazing experience, guys. Again, you know, If you don't know the history of this, you might have to Google and see all the amazing things that happen here. But it's a great time to be here, and I look forward to our next segment. You guys will be surprised.
Mark, I want to know how many people she's cooking for.
How many? Yeah, how many are we cooking for normally?
I usually cook for about 12, and then it can go all the way up to 18.
12 to 18. I took in the 18 part this morning.
That's you. Okay. She's done good this morning. Thank you. If you want more information about getting out there, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Our next weather maker is moving into our region today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we can expect a few pop-up storms today. And celebrate selflessness and kindness, how you can nominate an individual who helps others in Harford County's Most Beautiful People Award. 8:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday, August 3rd. Thanks for joining us back here on Fox 45. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a look at our forecast.
Temperatures already a little bit warmer this morning than where we've been the last couple of mornings. More cloud cover, a little bit more humidity as well. All of that coming into play as we shift back into more of an August-like atmosphere. And you can see those clouds hanging around from our Towson cam right now, Mile 1 Auto Group. So a mild Thursday morning. Humidity is back. We are tracking the potential for a few pop-up showers, maybe a thunderstorm later into the afternoon and evening. So on your out and about cast, low to mid 70s next couple of hours, lower 80s through noontime, and we'll top out today in the mid to upper 80s with a chance of a pop-up storm. Better chance for some rain on Friday. We actually get a little bit cooler, and then Saturday we're right back up close to 90, but drier for this upcoming weekend. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Public records in Maryland are supposed to be just that, records that are available to the taxpaying public. Federal and many state governments have drafted laws protecting your rights to see those records.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is joining us live with more on the investigation that is raising questions over information the Maryland State Department of Education is not allowing the public to see. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Patrice and Megan. Now, this is something that we have already gone over. Remember back in 2017, we filed a public records request to get information from Baltimore City Public Schools. They denied our request. FOX45 and Project Baltimore sued them. It went to court. We won. And a judge said the city school system willfully and knowingly violated the law by not handing over the documents. And now, the same attorney that we had back then, we interviewed and said that the Maryland State Department of Education, the State Department of Education, appears to be doing the same thing. We had filed a public records request to get information related to the changing of test scores that we've been reporting on over the past few months. And we wanted emails from the state superintendent because we wanted to see what he was saying with his co-workers as all of this was playing out when the state decided to change those test scores that we first broke back in early February. But what we got back was an email that was the subject line was Project Baltimore, and the entire thing was redacted. We can't see from what email Superintendent Chaudhary sent it. We can't see who he sent the email to, and the entire body of the message of the email was redacted. We can't see one word that he wrote. And this is a document that we believe the public should be able to see. We believe taxpayers should be able to see what their superintendent, their state superintendent, was saying to other people during this time. So we have asked that the MSDE redact that email. We haven't heard back from them yet. And then there's also text messages. We asked for text messages. They told us there's 98 of them from the state superintendent. They didn't give us any of them. So we have written back trying to get those text messages as well. But this is important. We believe that the public should be able to see what their government is doing.
Chris, if there is no answer, like what we saw in Baltimore City, is this something that could then be taken to court for so that information could be made public?
It certainly could. We believe that it's something that we're going to have to look at, but we have to wait and see what the state does. So there's two aspects here. Just we want to see that email that the superintendent sent, and we want those 98 text messages. We requested both. We got the emails, even though it's redacted, but we didn't get any of the text messages. And state law, as far as the public records request is concerned, they don't differentiate the two. If you get the emails, you get the text messages. It's correspondence by your government. But the state just they ignored like half of that request that we did and didn't give us any of the text messages. So we believe the law, Megan, is on our side. We believe that they have to turn these things over. Right. And if they do fight us on it, and they don't want to do it with us and work with us, then maybe a third party is going to have to come in. The third party being the court system, but we're going to just have to see what the state decides to do with all of this, and we should know within the next couple of days. Hopefully by next week we'll have an update.
All right, Chris, thank you. Well, this morning, Fox 45 News is demanding answers from 3 city agencies. This comes as questions still linger 1 month after the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
Fox 45 News and many others want to know exactly what went wrong leading up to the shooting. The police department has admitted it made mistakes. We want to know how the massive party was able to happen without a permit and no one knew about it. We also want to know more about the mediation Safe Streets conducted before the shooting and why they left the party without telling police about it.
We also want to know what changes Safe Streets is making to improve communication with other city agencies, what police are doing to find the suspects, and why the Housing Authority was allowed to clean up the scene before evidence was fully processed.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now from City Police Headquarters as we continue to press them for answers. Shannon.
Well, believe it or not, Megan and Patrice, it's been more than a month since that mass shooting took 2 lives, injured 28, and impacted countless others. And there are still so many lingering questions in this case. In fact, right here at City Police Headquarters, officers still have their hands full, as we know the shooter or shooters are likely still out there. Police still have not arrested anyone for the shooting itself. And now even more questions in the handling of this case. Look at this. On the morning after the shootings, police admit they called workers with the housing authority to clean up the scene, even though all the crime scene evidence had yet to be processed. And in this release yesterday, they defended their actions, writing, quote, "Due to the large scale of this incident, including the number of victims and location, it was necessary to balance evidence collection and gathering with potential disruption to the civilian population. Our task on any scene is to process it utilizing all resources available. Once that initial scene canvass is done, we release the area back to the community to reestablish legitimacy and stability in the neighborhood." But we spoke with a retired federal agent who argues that the way police handled this was a mistake.
This is the type of things they teach us not to do at the academy. It sounds a little lazy because of the size of the crime scene. They kind of seem to have said, well, it's too large, of an area. Well, that's the way it is. And so if you have to call out additional personnel, not a cleaning crew.
I have the utmost confidence in the detectives who are working this case. They and the folks at homicide, those detectives, the actual professionals, determine what stuff should be moved and when it should be moved. So I have no concerns about that as well.
So the mayor, as you just heard, is defending police in this matter. However, we know that Commissioner Worley has admitted that police made mistakes on the day of those shootings. And so it's not clear if those mistakes have impacted now the search for the suspects. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A federal grand jury indicted former President Donald Trump. After the break, we're breaking down his charges.
And we will have warmer temperatures with a few pop-up storms for the afternoon. Still ahead, what we can expect for the first weekend of August. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Hey, everybody. We're 19 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Friday Eve, right back here on Fox 45 Morning News. Oh, man, that clock was right for a while. You remember that? And now it's smidge off. So it is 841, not what the Bromo Seltzer Tower is showing. Ahoy, boaters and watermen, if you're out there on the water now, let me let you know, small craft advisory. This is going through tomorrow afternoon. So the wind is not up there yet, but later today, that wind really going to kick up out of the south, 10 to 20 and even 25 knots, channeling right up through the area. So just be aware that that could capsize small crafts, hence the small craft advisory. Just be aware that that's going to be taking place today. 87 for our high, a little warmer than yesterday with that increase in humidity as well. We'll talk about if there's really a potential for rain showers, when that could impact you for any outdoor plans coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have some new details here this morning. Adnan Syed's attorneys are asking the state Supreme Court to overturn the decision to reinstate his murder conviction, keeping him out of prison. The conviction was overturned last December, but then reinstated after an appeal from the family of Heyman Lee. The family says Lee's brother wasn't given proper notice to testify in the case. Syed has been free since the state vacated his conviction in September. The defense argues the issue is a moot point because prosecutors had already dismissed the case. There are growing calls for accountability for the rise of juvenile crime. Still ahead, why lawmakers are saying the Juvenile Justice Reform Act is making their jobs harder. And the former mayor of College Park has been sentenced to prison. How long? Still ahead, how long he will be locked up. It's 8:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. As we start to focus on the upcoming school year, one of the best ways to prepare your child is establishing a good sleep hygiene. From their schedule to their sleep environment, we're very lucky this morning to have psychologist at Kennedy Krieger Institute, Dr. Ariel Sheltree, joining us this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We know this is important. Everyone knows sleep is important, but yet doing it is so difficult to get a routine. What is sleep hygiene? Let's start there, because when I heard of sleep hygiene, to me, when I hear hygiene, I think of bathing my children, but this is a whole new thought process.
Yes, you know, sleep hygiene has really become a buzzword in healthcare, and it's really simpler than it sounds. I think of sleep hygiene as a set of behaviors that you're packaging together to help your child get their best sleep possible.
And what are those behaviors? Please help me with this.
Yeah, so I think the name of the game is consistency. So a consistent bedtime routine that's really relaxing and done in a consistent order every night, having a consistent bedtime and wake time, and having a consistent place to sleep is really important.
And when you say consistent, that means now. That's not starting the week before the first day of school.
You know, I get that question a lot, and I think summer is supposed to be fun, and vacations and campouts take you away from your school routine. However, one thing that's really helpful is thinking about what time does your child need to get up for school? How far have you drifted from that? If you've drifted really far from their bedtime and wake time that you're targeting, start now. If your child's been super structured in camps and staying busy and sleeping well all summer, then maybe you don't need to start as early.
Interesting. So my next question for you is this: avoiding the distractions. My kids go to bed 8 o'clock, even in the summertime, because they've got summer camp. But every night, as soon as you put him to sleep, 5 minutes later, there's the knock on the door. I can't sleep. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I have to go to the bathroom. How do we try to get rid of those distractions?
Oh, goodness. You know, kids pull out all the stops.
Everything. Everything. Where's my stuffy? Where's my blanket? It's cold. I'm hot.
Yes.
So I can keep going.
I know. So planning ahead is key. You know, if you know you've done your part to set them up for success, then it's easier to sort of respond neutrally and just send them packing, send them back to bed without indulging all of those requests.
Okay.
Also, some kids need an extra incentive to stay in bed. Kids really respond well to praise for behaviors that help them fall asleep. So I want you to keep your head on your pillow, keep your body under your covers, and give them praise for doing those things.
Interesting. I'll have to try some of those. I want to ask you too, as far as how much sleep is needed. You hear 8 to 10. Is that still what's recommended for kids? That's a lot.
It is a lot, and that is the recommendation. For our teens, 8 to 9 hours is the target. School-aged kids, we would love to see them getting 10 to 11 hours of sleep.
Okay.
But we know that takes a lot of work.
It does, and when that alarm goes off, you're going to find out how much sleep they got and how well they slept.
Yes.
They're going to let you know.
They will.
Thank you so much. A lot of these good reminders, but things that we need to start thinking of now before it gets too close to that first day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. The other factor in all of this is when the sun is up, the kids want to be up, Justin, and that sunset is still pretty late.
Well, it is, Megan. It's definitely tough for all of us morning show people, especially when we're trying to go to bed and, you know, get kind of settled down for the night. People are out there mowing their lawn or whatever because it's still dry, light out. But those daylight hours are shrinking as we get closer to the fall equinox. So just about 8:18 is your actual sunset for today, your Thursday. And looking out over Towson right now, we definitely have some of that cloud cover that's around. Our temperatures in the upper 60s and not much wind. The wind is going to increase later today, especially out of the south at about 10 to 20 miles an hour. And that dew point right there at 59 degrees. So dew points will be a little bit warmer today. You always hear me talk about dew point temperatures, especially in the summertime, and that's when it's going to get into the 60s. So that kind of slides into that sticky category on your muggy meter as that humidity is creeping back in. Overall, on our HD radar, we're all quiet. We're not tracking any rain right now. The closest we can get is maybe Charleston, West Virginia, picking up a few light showers there, and in parts of western Virginia, over down through Charlotte, and a lot of rain over parts of the Mid-South, Middle Tennessee, and Kentucky. You can see this large storm system right here coming out of the Central Plains, and that's heading right toward Nashville. So they're going to be dealing with some of the severe weather potentially in the next couple of hours. And some of that larger system will make its way to the East Coast, and we'll tap into some of that moisture, especially as we get that southerly flow to be picking up and bringing us more of that humidity. Marco. Polo. Marco. Polo. I don't know why, Meg, like you and I are the only ones who play anymore. I don't know why nobody else plays around here, but I guess we don't want to play the game. All right, UV index in that high category today for your splash cast for the kids. Make sure you get that sunblock on them and apply that liberally to you and the kids. And upper 80s here by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. We do have that potential of a couple of pop-up storms. And I know kids probably don't want to see this, but the countdown to the bus stop forecast as we are your back to school headquarters here. 25 days for Baltimore City County, Harford, Howard, and Arundel counties, and 33 days until Carroll County and the Eastern Shore, Queen Anne's and Talbot County. You're back in 25 days with 33 days left until Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties get back at it. Low to mid 80s, Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air, 85 Chestertown, 86 in Stevensville there. Easton, you're at 85 in Talbot County and mid 80s in Annapolis today. And those mid to upper 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. with upper 70s down the ocean in Ocean City. Overall, not a bad afternoon or evening to grill out. We'll see those clouds kind of hanging around and numbers eventually dropping to the mid to upper 70s through about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So throw some meat and veggies on the grill. Apparently we're doing vegan stuff next hour, so yay. All right, 83 tomorrow. I'm just kidding. It's tasty. 83 tomorrow. And then upper 80s and lower 90s Saturday and Sunday. We're definitely drier. Notice that string of 90s through the middle of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this cool shot. Wanda Blake actually has a picture of looks like a 4-leaf clover. So Wanda should play that Mega Millions. I mean, it's up to 1.7 million, I don't know, what billions of dollars. Either way, Wanda, thank you for that shot, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. There is so much joy on the faces of Lamar Jackson's young fans, excited to get a high five from him at Ravens practice. You got to see this. One local fan's reaction now going viral. Check it out. And now his hand is magical. The video going viral with nearly 4 million views on the Ravens Twitter page. Quarterback Lamar Jackson there, running down the rope line with children's hands stretched out, including, ready for it, 8-year-old Mason right there. Mason Young, his reaction to Jackson's high five, simply priceless. Keith Daniels had the opportunity to sit down with Mason to talk about the viral video. Listen in.
You were doing this. Why?
That was the happiest moment I ever saw.
What's so special about Lamar Jackson?
Well, he's a superstar. His speed, his throwing, his accuracy, and his smartness.
His what?
When nobody's open, he can just run across the field and just throw it straight to them.
It was just a snippet of an amazing interview. You got to see all the Ravens gear in his room there. You can watch the full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Maryland Vegan Restaurant Month is back for the summer season. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the plant-based options that you can choose when it comes to pizzas.
And again, we're aboard the Pride of Baltimore 2. I'm not going to say I'm the captain now. I'm not going to do it. But I'm acting like the one right now. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Plus, we are full steam ahead, sailing into the weekend here with a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, being notified of recalls just got easier for Amazon customers. Amazon says it is launching a recalls and product safety alerts page specifically curated for each customer. The page will show recalls for products that customers have purchased through Amazon. The company says this change will allow Amazon to reach out directly instead of customers going through third-party websites for additional information. And speaking of Amazon, people without an Amazon Prime membership will now be able to get fresh grocery delivery in select cities. Amazon's grocery delivery service was exclusive to Prime members who pay a yearly fee, but now non-members in 12 cities that include Boston, San Francisco, and Dallas will also be able to use that service. Non-members will pay $4 more than Prime members when ordering groceries under $50. The company currently has 44 fresh grocery stores and 20 Amazon Go convenience shops across the United States. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
We really like a sandwich at our house for a snack on the go because we're always running around, but it is the worst when you go to grab the bread and it's stale and it's moldy. This Tupperware bread saver has really helped us out with that. It's so easy to use, it's lightweight. It's got this little divider in it so you can put the divider in, and if different people in the house like different types of bread, one goes here, the other goes here, and then you just close it and it's gonna keep your bread fresh, and that's gonna save you money because you don't want to throw away money. Groceries are so expensive right now. This works because it's got this little ventilation on the top and it's just the right amount of air. Too much air makes the bread stale and too little is going to create mold. So this gives you just the right amount. The other thing I like about it, if you have the kids or the grandkids over, like sometimes when we have family, I like to treat us to muffins or bagels. You can put these in a separate compartment. Even if you treat yourself to the good bagels, they stay fresh right there and you just cover it. And it's got this really sleek look, and it looks good in any kitchen, and it's really lightweight to transport. With this price that you're getting, you could buy a couple and give these to friends as a gift. Right now, we're offering 25% off the Tupperware Bread Saver. This is really a good deal. It's gonna save you money in the long run. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
It's amazing that you read through the indictment and his behavior in that indictment, and it's nauseating. It's despicable behavior.
Today, former President Donald Trump is expected in court facing yet another federal indictment. What we can expect to unfold from today's events and the preparations underway.
A juvenile crime spree sweeps Anne Arundel County. Just ahead, we'll have the growing calls for accountability.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's been keeping an eye on the forecast, ready to go.
8323. That is the date today, and it's Friday Eve, so we're excited about that first weekend of August right around the corner. And it feels a little bit more like August when you step outside. Can't really see the sky from this shot, but you can see downtown, and the overcast conditions continue. And that's kind of what we're going to see today, a mix of clouds and sun. Our temperatures have already warmed up to the mid to upper 60s in western Maryland. A lot of us are in the 60s, even lower 70s now in Baltimore, up into Westminster, out to Chestertown, 73 in Annapolis, and all the way down through North Beach as well. So you're out and about, Cass. We'll keep those 70s climbing into the mid 70s by 10 a.m. and into the low to mid 80s as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. Should top out right about 87. Warmer, definitely a bit more humid, and we'll have that potential for a couple of pop-up showers and storms as well. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take you through that hour-by-hour future scan, let you know exactly what we can show you with our brand new weather models coming in, as well as that weekend forecast.
All right, Justin, thank you. Former President Donald Trump due in court this afternoon after a federal grand jury indicted him over his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is live in Washington outside of the courthouse. She's got the latest. Kayla, good morning.
Well, good morning. Donald Trump indicted for a third time, set to appear here at the D.C. federal courthouse at 4 p.m. today. In a 45-page indictment, special counsel Jack Smith charging him with 4 felony counts for allegedly attempting to overturn the 2020 presidential election. That led to the January 6th riot at the Capitol. Donald Trump indicted for the third time, set to appear here at the D.C. federal courthouse at 4 p.m. In a 45-page indictment, special counsel Jack Smith charged him with 4 felony counts for allegedly trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election, which led to the January 6th riots at the U.S. Capitol. Those charges include conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies.
Constitutional and criminal law expert Alan Dershowitz, though, believes the Department of Justice doesn't have the smoking gun in this case.
People told him the election was fair, but they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that in his own mind, he actually knew the election was fair and that he corruptly then tried to undo the election.
Trump reacting on his Truth Social site, writing, "Why didn't they do this 2.5 years ago? Why did they wait so long? Because they wanted to put it right in the middle of my campaign. Prosecutorial misconduct." Jack Smith's other investigation into the former president over classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago last year has resulted in criminal charges for both Trump and his aide, Walt Nauta. In New York, he's facing charges for alleged hush payments to cover up an affair leading up to the 2016 election. Security here at the federal courthouse is expected to be tight in the lead up to Trump's arrival later today. When he gets here, he'll be processed, fingerprinted, before entering an expected not guilty plea. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
All right, well, we want to know what you think. Do you think that the latest indictment of former President Trump is politically motivated? You can make your voice heard right now by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
And stay with Fox 45 News from this morning through the night. We're going to have complete coverage of Trump's court appearance. You can follow along today, both on air and online.
Happening right now, Mayor Brandon Scott and Senator Cory McCray are touring the National Great Blacks and Wax Museum in East Baltimore.
We want to take you live there now to this event where the museum has 150 wax figures of people from the past, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and also from the present like President Barack Obama.
Stay with Fox 45 News. You can follow this event on air or on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, developing now this morning, growing calls for accountability as a juvenile crime spree sweeps across Anne Arundel County. Police say that they arrested 6 juveniles in connection with 2 separate car-related crimes. 2 other juveniles were arrested as well, but police tell us they are too young to be charged. The lack of consequences has some people frustrated.
No accountability, no responsibility, and so they think they can do whatever they want. I mean, what's a 13-year-old doing out at midnight jacking cars?
Well, new data from Baltimore police suggests you have about a 98% chance of getting away with car thefts in Baltimore City.
Police tell us more than 5,500 cars have been stolen in the city this year, and police have made just 94 arrests for car theft.
Fox 45 spoke with Sergeant Betsy Smith with the National Police Association. She says this elevated rate of car thefts is happening in big cities nationwide, but in Baltimore, she points to a department that has a shortage of officers and says the officers that are on the job are likely being pulled to more pressing problems.
So their detectives in Baltimore are short-staffed. Now, you take your remaining detective cadre, what are your priorities? Homicide, violent crime, sexual assault, things like that. Again, where does auto theft fall? It's felony, but it's on the lower end of felonies.
Fox 45 News did ask Baltimore police how many of these auto theft cases have been completely closed so far this year. So far, BPD has not answered.
Some police chiefs and law experts argue that Maryland's juvenile crime laws are too lenient and they give young offenders a free ride in several cases. The Montgomery County Police Chief spoke with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. He says the laws hinder public safety.
The juvenile reform laws that have been passed by the legislature has been damaging in so many ways. They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed or the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
Several top prosecutors across Maryland are in agreement with that statement, saying their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders. Shannon Lilly joins us with their concerns and the changes they want to see. Shannon.
Well, this recent round of crime from several Baltimore juveniles in Anne Arundel County is certainly shedding another light on this issue. In fact, we know 10 states' attorneys from across Maryland are all in agreement and specifically say the Juvenile Justice Reform Act is making it more difficult for them to do their jobs in terms of holding young people accountable. Here's how.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
Come in, we can't detain them. They're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one. Can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day. They pick up a third. They're back in the community again the next day. That is frustrating to the community and frustrating to us because without the detention, we are, in many instances, we're really not getting the attention of the child.
So Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy there says he wants to see that change. But as it stands right now, under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, the law limits those 13 and under to charges for crimes of violence and says a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged at all. Now, the law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies. Come September, though, remember 2 Maryland legislative committees plan to meet to look into accusations that these juvenile justice reform laws are contributing to the problem. In the meantime, though, we asked Mayor Brandon Scott if he thinks the laws need to change.
This system has to be built brand new because we know the old system, the adult system, doesn't work for young people, and we know what we have today doesn't work as well.
So again, state lawmakers are slated to meet for a hearing about all of this come September, but critics fear that that hearing may be more performative and lead to just more talk and less action. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We do have some new details this morning. Adnan Syed's attorneys are asking the state Supreme Court to overturn the decision to reinstate his murder conviction, keeping him out of prison. The conviction was overturned last December, but then reinstated after an appeal from the family of Heyman Lee. The family says Lee's brother wasn't given proper notice to testify in the case. Syed has been free since the state vacated his conviction in September. The defense argues that the issue is a moot point because prosecutors had already dismissed the case.
Former College Park Mayor Patrick Woyan has been sentenced to 150 years in prison after facing 80 child pornography charges. He pled guilty in court and will only serve 30 years now as part of a suspended sentence. He was arrested in February. Prince George's County Police say he was uploading child porn online as early as January. The former mayor resigned from his post prior to the arrest. 1 month after the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, Fox 45 continues to press BPD for answers in our next half hour. The questions that still linger.
But first, Maryland gas prices surging once again. Still ahead, why experts are saying prices continue to soar. And before we head to break, our Len Stoller traffic network here. It looks like volume is clearing out. Very light here at this area as we take a look at some of the areas, some of the cameras across the region. It's 9/11 on Good Day Baltimore.
9:13, topping your health headlines. Actor Jamie Foxx says his sister saved his life. Foxx posted a special birthday message to his younger sibling, Deirdre Dixon, on Instagram Tuesday. In it, he calls her courageous and said he would not be here without her. Foxx shares that he would have lost his life if it were not for decisions made by his sister. Foxx would later go on to describe the ordeal on Instagram as a time when he was, quote, trying to figure out if he was going to make it through.
Wow. Well, according to a new survey from the Urban Institute, a nonprofit think tank, Black parents say that they and their children are more likely to experience unfair treatment when seeking medical care than others. The rate at which Black parents reported this treatment was about 10% higher than parents who are white, Hispanic, or identify as part of other racial groups. A co-author of the study said the unfair treatment could have negative health consequences, cause additional stress to parents, and lead them to mistrust the healthcare system to the point of foregoing necessary treatments.
9:14 now. We are tracking severe weather for you all across the country this morning.
Just incredible. That massive wildfire spreading through California and southern Nevada is now threatening the region's famous Joshua trees.
The York Fire is already California's largest of the year so far. It's burned through more than 128 square miles of land. The National Park Service says some are more than 150 years old. About 400 firefighters are battling the flames, and at this point, that fire is only about 30% contained.
Plus, the U.S. had the most severe weather for the month of July on record. Taking a look at some of the images here that we've seen. Last month, the country had multiple thunderstorms, and the National Weather Service logged more reports of large hail that you saw there than any other July on record. There were also tornadoes across the country, like in North Carolina and near Chicago's airports in Illinois. That's what we're taking a look at there, where a lot of people were actually sheltering in place in airports as those storms were happening.
Well, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Luckily, we haven't seen a lot of that. I mean, we had some of the extreme heat kind of toward the end of July, ladies, excuse me, this month, but this summer has not been that active. Knock on some wood. Somewhere. We want to make sure to
knock on your head?
I did. I usually do that. I'm like, knock on wood. Doop, doop. So let's take a look outside right now. And yeah, we're seeing an increase in humidity. We do have that potential of a couple of pop-up storms late this afternoon, but nothing widespread here today. And even tomorrow, we'll see a few showers here and there. We're not looking at a lot, but you're definitely going to see some differences from what we saw earlier this week. And temperatures already are warming up. That muggy meter climbing to about 60 degrees. So just sneaking into that kind of humid category for your current dew point temperature. Now, dew points will trend a little warmer today for the dew point temperature. Of course, that's the temperature when the air is completely saturated, and that's what it has to get to. So when you see those numbers in the mid to upper 60s, that's kind of in the uncomfortable category through Sunday. Notice on Monday, we kind of climb into the mid 70s, and that's when it's going to be pretty humid, a better chance of some storms and temperatures that will warm up. So we'll see some high heat indexes. So that's going to be our next chance to really see the potential for some severe weather on Monday. Right now, though, our day planner next hour, if you're hanging out at Cross Street Market there in Fed Hills, 76, and numbers into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour in the mid to upper 80s. And overall, for your happy hour activities, we're still going to see those numbers hanging out in the low to mid 80s for the afternoon. And high temps today will be a bit warmer than yesterday across Carroll and Baltimore counties for Westminster and Hampstead down to Manchester, 84 at Eldersburg, 87 in Baltimore, 85 in Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties also in the low to mid 80s for your highs this afternoon. And our Eastern Shore friends from Denton over to Centerville out in the Chestertown, Easton down through Trapp and Cambridge, all in those low to mid 80s for your highs today. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice we actually go back down below average tomorrow, that little dip right there, because we'll have the cloud cover and a few showers around. But then Saturday, Sunday, and into next week, we really see those temperatures start climbing back into that above average and more August-like atmosphere. So here's our future scan. Those clouds coming in. That's that system that's moving in from the south and going to stay mainly to the south of us today. We'll track a few of those pop-up showers and storms in the later part of the afternoon and evening for today. Tomorrow morning, we'll wake up with cloud cover and possibly a couple of scattered showers around, and then off and on showers through Friday afternoon. Another round of showers as that cold front comes in late Friday evening into the overnight and early Saturday. But that's all out of here by Saturday afternoon. The drier air coming in behind that cold front, and then we'll start heating up as we approach the weekend. We are just 32 days from Labor Day, just about a month away. The Ravens home opener just over 5 weeks away, and in 38 days, and that autumnal equinox 51 days from right now. Here's that 7-day forecast, everybody. We'll talk about upper 80s today with lower 80s tomorrow, upper 80s and lower 90s as we head into your Saturday and Sunday, and those 90s continuing to be around with us through next week. It smells good in here. I can't wait for the
Wait for it. In the meantime, we got to talk about something not as exciting. Maryland gas prices are on the rise again, up to 3.78 cents a gallon. So just stay home, watch our show. We got a lot of fun stuff. It's about a 30-cent jump from this time just a month ago. The national average is a couple of cents higher at 3.80 a gallon, and this is all according to AAA.
So why are the prices so high? Experts say oil production is down, but the weather is also playing a factor. This summer's higher temperatures are resulting in lower refinery capacity across the country, and some alternative energy sources aren't picking up the slack.
Permitting in the United States takes forever and lets a few locals who don't want their views spoiled block or delay projects for years. And that, of course, raises their costs. Tariffs and Buy American rules raise the price of steel and concrete and other construction materials.
Some analysts also point to higher U.S. gas exports as Europe and others struggle amid reduced Russian output. That is dipping into the overall domestic supply, even as demand this summer is lower than average.
For some kids across the country, summer is over and they're headed back to class. And some experts are predicting an increase in back-to-school spending this year. Parents are shelling out more cash in 2023 to send their kids back to school. According to a new Retail Me Not survey, the average American household will spend almost $1,500 on back-to-school supplies, electronics, and clothes. That is $251 more than last year's spending average. And just like with everything else, the costs that costs more, experts say that parents can blame inflation.
It adds up so fast. It's kind of like Christmas. We're buying 100 different things from 100 different vendors, and it's so easy to lose track.
Like any back-to-school year, create a plan that is best suited for you and your child and will put them in the best position for a successful school year.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now through the first day of school, we'll be compiling all of the things busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code on your screen to check out all of the stories we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ. This video is going viral on social media. A young Ravens fan getting a high five from Lamar Jackson. He's so excited. He walks us through the moment that he met one of his heroes.
That's a beautiful shot of Fort McHenry. We're aboard the Pride of Baltimore 2. And coming up, we're going to talk to the first mate. Stick around. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
anchors away for this year's Governor's Cup happening this weekend along the Chesapeake.
Mark Clark is live alongside the crew. He's been sailing around the harbor this morning, having a good time. Hey, Mark.
That's right, having a great time. I'm with the first mate. Siobhan is here. Now, what does the first mate do? What does it mean? Siobhan, what does it mean?
Oh, first mate does a lot of things. I work in partnership with the captains and make sure that I am maintaining the vessel and the crew up to their standards. And then do a lot of day-to-day maintenance and scheduling for taking care of the ship.
I'm just surprised how active the ship is. It feels like every blank minutes, every 10 minutes, you guys are adjusting the sails and blah, 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 and so on, so on, so on. So is that what's happening?
Yeah, the crew's furling the fore topsail right now, and they're on their way down, and then they'll start cleaning up. She takes a lot of work, so we're constantly taking care of her.
Does she have another name? Like you guys have a call or something else?
Oh, we say Pride.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just checking.
Yeah.
Okay, so behind the scenes, again, is there something that would be surprised by that happens on the ship?
I think you'd be surprised by a lot of things. We work pretty hard, and then
It's all the hard work.
We also do a lot of maintenance, painting, sanding, varnishing, sometimes, and then when we're voyaging, we sail around the clock, and we'll be, sailing through the night, and
wow.
It's pretty beautiful to be out in the ocean and see all the stars. And
you get to a certain point though, there's no reception. You guys don't have reception, so you can't really communicate with people with the phones and stuff like that, right? So it's just you guys, as the song says, there's very few things in life that's special. Oh, never mind. I'm starting to go into my song. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I got lost. That's what happens. You get seduced by the sea. You saw it happen to me.
Oh my goodness.
I was about to go sing it.
Yeah, we need to bring you home now. All right. It was a nice time. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, he is the newest bird brought in to help bolster their starting rotation. Still ahead, Jack Flaherty talks about joining the O's for the first time.
And we will have warmer temperatures with a few pop-up storms this afternoon. Still ahead, what we can expect for the first weekend of August. 9:27, you're watching Fox 45.
More than a month has passed since this city was rocked by its largest mass shooting, and now there are even more questions in the handling of this case as the shooters remain at large. Just ahead, we press leaders and police for answers.
And all eyes are on D.C. today as former President Donald Trump is set to be arraigned this afternoon. Just ahead from the Live Center, how he's already fighting the charges.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Do you smell that?
I do.
Something's cooking over there in the kitchen set.
It's some pizza. It's vegan pizza.
Interesting.
We're going to have to taste test in a little bit. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Justin, you and I are going to go over there in a little bit and taste.
Yeah.
What do you see?
That's looking
Anything
good
else?
because tomato sauce is vegan, right? Isn't tomato sauce vegan?
I would think so. Maybe not the cheese, though. So we got to figure out what the cheese is going to be.
Sometimes. All right. Well, we'll figure it out. It smells good. And we can't wait to taste it, too. Coming up in just a little bit here from right now. Meanwhile, let's talk about our forecast. And our temperature's already a little bit warmer. Looking at the Towson Courthouse cam right there. You can see the flag flapping around just a little bit in the breeze. Now, the wind is going to pick up today out of the south at about 10 to 20 and even 25 miles an hour for the afternoon. That's going to be that increase in that southerly flow that we've been talking about. And lower 70s already in Cockeysville, Bel Air, over to Chestertown. 73 Baltimore City. You're at 70 in Columbia this hour. Next couple of hours, mid-70s if you're out for a jog in the 10 o'clock hour and close to 80 by about 11 a.m. And we'll top out at 87 today. We do have that chance for a couple of pop-up showers and storms. Overnight, drop to the 70s, and we'll be cooler tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that hour-by-hour future scan for you coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. All eyes on D.C. today as we await that 4 p.m. federal court appearance by former President Donald Trump. He's set to be arraigned this afternoon on 4 charges, and he's already fighting it. Just hours ago, he issued this statement here, and he says in quote, "The latest fake case brought by crooked Joe Biden and deranged Jack Smith will hopefully be moved to an impartial venue, such as the politically unbiased nearby state of West Virginia. Impossible to get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. This indictment is all about election interference. Trump again facing 4 charges, and they include conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, the actual obstruction of and attempted obstruction of an official proceeding, along with conspiracy against rights. The charging documents also reference 6 co-conspirators. Their identities, they're being withheld because they have not been charged with any crimes, and it's unclear if they ever will. However, CNN is now identifying 5 of the 6 as former Trump lawyers Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, and former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, along with lawyer Kenneth Chesebro, not pictured here. Again, at this point, they have not been charged with any crime. I want to go ahead and take you live to the courthouse here this morning. This is just outside the federal courthouse where fencing has now been put up around the building in preparation for today's legal drama. The Department of Labor right next door actually closing its doors today because of what's unfolding. Something to note here, guys, even if Trump were convicted of a crime in any of the charges against him, he would still be eligible to run for president in 2024. We're going to keep you posted as things get underway today right here from our live center.
This morning, Fox 45 News is demanding answers from 3 city agencies. This comes as questions still linger 1 month after the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Now, still, we've seen no arrests made in direct relation to the shooting. A 17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not been charged with the shooting itself. Now,
Fox 45 and many others want to know exactly what went wrong leading up to the shooting. The police department has admitted it made mistakes. We want to know how the massive party was able to happen without a permit, and no one knew about it. We also want to know more about the mediation Safe Streets conducted before the shooting and why they left the party without telling police about it. We also want to know what changes Safe Streets is making to improve communication with other city agencies, what police are doing to find the suspects, and why the housing authority was allowed to clean up the scene before evidence was fully processed. Shannon Lilly joining us now from City Police Headquarters as we continue to press them for answers. Shannon.
Yeah, we are now more than a month out from that mass shooting that took 2 lives, injured 28, and impacted countless others. And there are still so many lingering questions in this case. In fact, right here at City Police Headquarters, officers still have their hands full because the shooter or shooters are still out there. Police have not arrested anyone for the shooting itself. And now there's even more questions in the handling of this case. Look at this. On the morning after the shootings, police admit they called workers with the housing authority to clean up the scene, even though all the crime scene evidence had yet to be processed. Now, in this statement that was released yesterday, police defended their actions, writing, quote, "Due to the large scale of this incident, including the number of victims and location, it was necessary to balance evidence collection and gathering with potential disruption to the civilian population. Our task on any scene is to process it, utilizing all resources available. Once that initial scene canvas is done, we release the area back to the community to reestablish legitimacy and stability in the neighborhood." But we spoke with a retired federal agent who argues the way police handled this was a mistake.
This is the type of things they teach us not to do at the academy. It sounds a little lazy. Because of the size of the crime scene, they kind of seem to have said, well, it's too large, of an area. Well, that's the way it is. And so if you have to call out additional personnel, not a cleaning crew.
I have the utmost confidence in the detectives who are working this case. They and the folks at Homicide, those detectives, the actual professionals, determine what stuff should be moved and when it should be moved. So I have no concerns about that as well.
So the mayor, as you just heard, is defending police in this matter. In the meantime, we do know that Commissioner Worley has admitted police made mistakes on the day of these shootings. It's unclear, though, just how much those mistakes have impacted the search for the suspects. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
For the latest updates on the investigation into the mass shooting, plus our previous reporting, head to foxbaltimore.com.
New this morning, a suspected serial rapist who's been on the run for the past 45 years is now under arrest. Police in Baltimore County say they've arrested and charged James Shipe Sr. after new evidence connected him to the crimes. Shipe, who is now 70 years old, is accused of raping 5 women between 1978 and 1986 in Baltimore County. Detectives say new technology allowed forensic evidence collected at the time of the rapes to be linked to Shipe. He's now being held without bond.
The IRS is trying to simplify how you do your taxes after the break. The agency's push to go fully digital by 2025.
And we're going to see warmer temperatures this afternoon. Rain, though, is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how long it'll last. It is 9:38 on Good Day Baltimore.
9:40, topping your consumer news this morning. Filing your taxes on paper may soon be a thing of the past, since the IRS wants to go paperless by 2025. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says most taxpayers will be able to submit everything to the IRS digitally by next filing season. Taxpayers will still have the option to send in paper returns in 2025, but all tax and information paper filings will be digitally processed. More than 80% of Americans filed their taxes electronically in fiscal year 2022.
And when it comes to jobs, private companies added more in July than expected. Payroll processing firm ADP says job gains for the month came in at 324,000. That number driven mostly by hotels, restaurants, and bars. Last month was still a decrease from 455,000 in June. The newest data shows the jobs market remains robust despite multiple rate hikes since last year.
Next Saturday night, the Flock is hosting their second annual Ravens Kids Night. Still to come, all the fun and festivities that will be available for kids.
And first, Maryland Vegan Restaurant Month has made its return. After the break, a local restaurant joining us live to take you step by step on how to make a vegan pizza pie. It is 9:42 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. And this summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care Summer Diaper Drive. You can scan the QR code right there to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
Mamma mia, I want some pizza right now. With the demand for more inclusive dining options growing, Vegan Restaurant Month highlights an expanding group of people and good food, too, that smells really good.
Okay, so there are a wide range of restaurants participating, adding plant-based food options to their menu. So joining us today, Evan Weinstein with Underground Pizza, joining us to showcase their vegan-style pizza. Good morning.
Good morning.
Because I was asking you, you're not a vegan restaurant. You do all of it.
No, we're a full-service pizza shop, but we also offer a full vegan menu of most of our pizzas.
Okay, let's just pull out the pizzas and talk.
Let's go.
I mean, you showed us a glimpse in the commercial.
But Evan, talk about what Vegan Month actually means for you guys in terms of offering the different options for people who are vegan.
For us, it highlights different options on our menu and we offer them at a discount, and it shows that we can make a pizza that's just as good and also vegan.
So let's talk about what makes it vegan then.
Okay, so instead of cow's milk cheese, we're using a vegan cheese, which is Follow Your Heart. This cheese is made from potato starch and other vegan options. We use all non-allergen cheeses, because a lot of vegan cheeses have cashew and other nuts in it, but we go all non-allergen.
And what do you guys have going on tonight?
Today we have tonight for the event?
Yeah.
Tonight there's an event at the Lord Baltimore Hotel. That's the kickoff event for the Maryland Vegan Month, and tickets are available at MarylandVeganeats.com.
Okay, that's a lot of words and not a lot of cutting.
We want to get some cutting.
All right, let's get some sauce. So we got
this
cheese one. So this is our Quattro. Do you want some sauce on that or no?
Absolutely.
However you say it tastes best.
So this is our Quattro, which
Always,
is four different styles of pizza. And so I just missauced that. That was supposed to be just pesto on that slice. He threw me off.
That's okay.
It's his fault.
So this one gets
some pesto in there.
Some pesto there. Put some pesto here
just,
too.
like usually pine nuts and
a little bit of vegan parm. Yeah,
oil,
pine nut.
Right?
No, it has Parmesan in it.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah,
but vegan parm.
Yes, vegan. Today it's vegan parm.
Let me ask you this: if I didn't know this was vegan and I take a bite of this pizza, will I know it?
We fool people all the time with that. I've given out samples in the restaurant, and I've had people go, "This isn't vegan." Like not even.
We have to try. Slice this thing up.
Slice it up.
And where are you guys if people want to come by and?
So we have 3 locations. We're in Towson, right up by the Circle. We're in Baltimore downtown in Power Plant Live. Oh, sorry, crust is a little thick. And then we're also in Silver Spring, right by downtown Silver Spring.
Okay, which one do you want to? I just want a plain.
Take that corner one, yeah.
Yeah, I just want a plain. All right, going in.
Ooh, it's hot.
It's hot.
Holy
cow.
Hot.
I take it back out of my mouth.
Yeah, that oven's on.
Oh, I mean, it tastes like regular pizza.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah. So when we designed these pizzas, we were trying to find cheeses and similar ingredients that created an exact experience. We want it to taste good, not.
Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely wouldn't have known that at that first bite. Thank you so much.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Maryland Vegan Month continues. More information you can find out online. We'll post that picture or the website.
You've got to go do weather now, don't you?
I don't know. I think Megan gets to read something first.
Does she?
Yeah, we'll let you guys take a few more bites. I'll read.
You guys want me to do
Listen
weather?
to that crunch. Yes. You come read this story. I'm going to come take a bite too. You're going to be able to get some of that food for free, possibly because of Reezy, the restaurant reservation service teaming up with American Express to pick up the dinner bill for about 3,200 people. Pretty good deal. They're going to pay up to $99 per person. Every Wednesday this month, Reezy and American Express will cover the tab at up to 7 select restaurants in Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York City, not Baltimore.
So nothing here for us in Resi?
So
nothing? Oh, man.
Nope.
All right.
But you got pizza.
I know. I'm supposed to be at the wall, but I'm over here.
I know you can't get away from it.
Yeah, it's really good now.
You guys can do the forecast. If you
no, Megan's gonna come grab pizza now.
Just tell everybody what the weather's gonna be like today, Evan. What's it gonna be like?
Seems pretty nice out. No rain in the forecast, from what I saw.
A little rain. A little rain. You're like the Akers. You don't listen to half of my forecast.
It's a lot of words.
It is a lot of words. Okay, Megan, you come over here and eat.
Yeah,
I'll
we'll
go
swap.
over there. All right.
Okay.
Swap. There
we go.
All right.
The crust.
Yeah, the crust is really, it's really good. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, I would eat a whole, box of this. Brianna, will you go ahead and flip that for me, please? Thank you. Our downtown Baltimore camera out over the Inner Harbor. I have pizza sauce on me. You should put the food segments after weather, Jack. Come on. That way I can be good to go. Here's your captain's cast, boaters and watermen. We do have a small craft advisory in effect, so that wind is going to kick up out of the south later today and through tomorrow afternoon. So those waters are going to be a little bit choppy. We're talking about south wind 10, 15, 20, and even 25 knots, and waves could be 1 to 2 feet or greater. And that could just capsize a small craft, hence the small craft advisory. So that's today and tomorrow if you're going to be on the water. This morning, you're fine. It's later this afternoon. That's when things get a little bit more of the windy side of things. Our muggy meter, well, we're staying in the sticky category today. We get those temperatures, dew point temperatures sliding up into the 60s, so a little bit more humidity. You're already feeling it out there. We're tracking some showers well to the west of us here, coming in through parts of Middle Tennessee, and it's going to slide closer to us by the afternoon. That's going to give us at least a chance for a couple of pop-up showers. And everyone was right. I mean, there's not really a lot of rain that we're going to be talking about, but you can really see where that system is rolling through Nashville right now. They're just about to get hit with some strong storms and some heavy rain there. Some of that will slide closer to us by the afternoon. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. 87 today, lower 80s tomorrow. We're back to the upper 80s and lower 90s. Warmer but drier for the weekend. And then we've got those 90s staying with us through next week.
Well, the O's top priority at the trade deadline was to improve their pitching, so they added 27-year-old right-hander Jack Flaherty. Flaherty is 7-6 on the year with a 4.43 ERA and goes from pitching for the last-place Cardinals to their first-place O's. And now he'll get his first start with the new team this afternoon in Toronto.
It's exciting to be on a good team. It's exciting to be on a team that's in it. And, there was a lot of promise in St. Louis, and, things didn't work out. Sometimes that's just the way it goes, and you can't really do much about it. And now it's just about moving forward, moving on to this one. So I'm excited. These guys have been playing well. I'm just excited to play my role.
It's going to be exciting. Well, trending now, there is so much joy in the faces of Lamar Jackson's young fans, excited to get just a high five from him at Ravens practice.
One local fan's reaction going viral. Take a look at this.
Oh, my goodness. You can see why this is going viral. Nearly 4 million views on the Ravens Twitter page. Just pure excitement. Quarterback Lamar Jackson, you saw him there, running out down the rope line with children's hands stretched out, including 8-year-old Mason Young. His reaction to Jackson's high five, I mean, it's priceless, holding up his hand like that. Keith Daniels had the chance to sit down with Mason and talk about the viral video.
You were doing this. Why?
That was the happiest moment I ever saw.
What's so special about Lamar Jackson?
Well, he's a superstar. His speed, his throwing, his accuracy, and his smartness.
His what?
When nobody's open, he can just run across the field and just throw it straight to them.
That's right. You can watch this entire interview in all of its glory on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Look at all the Ravens gear he's got in his room there, too. Proud to show it.
This was an awesome story today.
Well, meantime, the Ravens are announcing that they're going to be hosting their second annual Kids Night at M&T Bank Stadium.
It will happen next Saturday in the preseason opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. Kickoff set for 7 p.m. The first 15,000 kids under 16 will receive a specialty Ravens bucket hat. And the new Ravens Gaming League trailer will be available to fans on Ravens Walk, which will have a ton of video games available for kids to play.
Our next weather maker is making its way into our region today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect some pop-up storms coming up in his exclusive 10-day forecast.
All right, there's your 10-day forecast. 87 today, 83 tomorrow, and then 80s and 90s for the weekend.
I feel like you can hear the crunching.
We're going back to pizza.
And we have
Was it
lots of
good?
special guests.
Did you like it?
It was good.
Wave. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Have a
Bye,
good day.
everybody.
Oh,
Bye,
her.
everybody.
Okay.
She didn't say it, so you might as well.
Pizza! Woo!
I'm going to eat yours.
I like this thing.
Mm.